this ball were to be in, the call came before Federer hit the shot, so they would replay the point. Oh, that's tough. It was going to be difficult. Replay the point. No. That did not affect the break. Still 3-6 replay. Top seed triumphs and can surprise no one. He's beaten Roger Federer today in the longest fight in Wimbledon history. He's beaten Roger Federer in all three Wimbledon finals that he's played in.
welcome to Wimbledon. It is ladies' quarter-finals day. As you can see from that picture there, the sun has just come out to say hello. It's not going to last all day, we don't think, but it is ladies' quarter-finals day, and we do have a roof on centre court and court number 1, where those matches will be taking place. We also have an intriguing fourth-round men's match to finish. And it is that point, Adam, where I know every match is serious in the first week and the second week, but I start to get a bit nervous for everybody involved by this stage.
Well, by this point, Cartha, we've got to that point where the players are starting to think, oh, I actually could do it here. I'm well into the second week. I've got past Manic Monday, and the finals days are coming closer and closer and closer, and the pressure rises. And, you know, and opportunities are handed out, and this is the chances for people to, you know, players at this level to really create a name for themselves. And
any of them now could win this title. We're down to the final 8 in the women's singles. Let's have a look at who is on court today. We have the world number 1, Ash Barty, an all-Australian affair. She is playing Ajla Tomljanovic in that match at the top of the draw there, and then we've got Mukova, who is playing Kerber. That's an intriguing match, both of them very much in form at the moment. Below that, Karolina Pliskova, who we have said for the last few years really should have won a title, a Grand Slam title, and particularly one here at Wimbledon, but she is playing Victoria Golubic, who has come through the draw quite quietly, but she knocked out Madison Keys, the seed, yesterday. Then Ons Jabeur, who many people are now saying could easily go on to win this title with her beautiful grass court play, but she is playing the second seed, Arina Sabalenka.
Yeah, so many intriguing matchups there. We can head over to court 1, one of the matches you mentioned. First up there, Karolina Pliskova, the number 8 seed at the front, and Victoria Golubic, who has surprised everyone really getting to this stage. You know, she has profited from a section of the draw where a few seeded players have been knocked out ahead of her, but she's played brilliantly here at the championships over the last week or so, and we saw those lovely pictures yesterday on court 18 when she won her match, celebrating with her coaching team and with her members of the family who are here, kissing the grass. And it's a lovely story to see her through to this quarter-final stage for the first time at Grand Slam.
Yeah, she's only dropped 1 set so far as well, which is an impressive run to get to the quarter-finals, also considering her opponents so far. I mentioned she knocked Madison Keys out in the 23rd seed, a former Grand Slam finalist, in the 4th round. And she has really, I think, surprised herself, as you said, and her team with the way that she's performed, but also one of these players who did well at Eastbourne last week, has been playing well in the run-up to this tournament. So somebody that we might have expected to maybe do well, but maybe not this well. Reaching the second week, though, just means that anything's possible from this point onwards.
I think the question mark for her is how she's going to cope with playing inside an arena like court number 1, because so far she's played her matches on, you know, some of the slightly smaller show courts, the outside courts. This is a big step up to play inside court 1. You know, Anne, Mark and all of the guests we've had here on the Wimbledon Channel always say that centre and court number 1, they feel different. You've got the bigger crowds, the much more space around the courts. Karolina Pliskova has played on court number 1 and centre court many times. She's used to this. But for Golubic, it's not quite as a common occurrence for a player ranked outside the world's top 50. So how will she cope with the pressure? That's the big question.
Yeah, I think so. And although, as you say, Karolina Pliskova has played on big arenas around the world, has been at the US Open final, that was back in 2016, which is 5 years ago. And I think she herself just mentally sometimes asks herself some questions about whether she can really do this. And that is something that Golubic could potentially exploit here on centre court, on court number 1, when we watch this match. As all week last week, we've got court number 1 starting at 1 o'clock and then centre court at 1:30. But we also are up to full capacity now at Wimbledon. It's part of the government's research programme for events to see what happens, and other sports events are looking at this event to see how you can go about putting on an event with capacity crowds. So this is the first day when things have changed. And there are full crowds in there. So this is an arena where there will now be potentially 12,000 people. And I think as the day goes on, as this match goes on, people will start coming in there. A few empty seats at the moment, but people will arrive as the match starts, and that could make a big difference because they won't have played in front of a crowd like that for a while. I know Australia had full crowds. French Open had some crowds, but it takes a bit of getting used to again to hear all that noise.
I think it certainly will do, and it may even be louder than it was previously, because these fans, remember, they haven't been able to watch a sporting event with a crowd for about a year and a half here in the UK. So they're going to be back at it, you know, cheering for whoever they're supporting, clapping and applauding, you know, in that lovely way that they do here at Wimbledon. But I think there's going to be some, you know, from now until finals weekend, there's going to be some brilliant atmospheres inside court 1 and centre court. And with, you know, with the weather as it is, the roof's going to be on for much of today. And as Daniela Hantuchova was saying yesterday, when the roof's on, it makes for a brilliant atmosphere. The thwack of the ball against the strings and just how loud it is when the crowds are cheering. So it's going to make for a lovely atmosphere as we see Pliskova's coaching team there. Sasha Bayin, who used to work with Serena Williams, of course.
And Naomi Osaka as well, some of the top players.
So she's got a good team behind her.
Yep, and the quarter-final where the draw to the final looks relatively open just because of the way that things have happened in the first week of Wimbledon. So Kulavich against Pliskova in this quarter-final, and whoever wins this match will play Ons Jabeur or Aryna Sabalenka. And as we've discussed a few times, although Sabalenka is the second seed, that is partly because of the likes of Naomi Osaka, who we just mentioned, and Simona Halep, who aren't here. Sabalenka is the fourth-ranked player in the world. So whoever wins this match not only will think they have a good chance in that semi-final to get through to the final and potentially win this title.
And this is also not just in terms of prize money but points, but for Kulavich, we saw there her highest ranking. She hasn't even been in the top 50 in the world. 51 is her best ranking a few years ago, back in 2017. So the number of points that she's going to get here at Wimbledon, because the Grand Slams weight the number of ranking points so highly, that ranking, you know, where she is at the moment, I think 66, is going to take a huge jump. And that will have an effect for a whole year, because those ranking points, the way the ranking system works, those ranking points stay on for 52 weeks. So she's going to benefit from this great run, particularly if she gets even further than this. If she can get to the semi-finals or the final, that ranking is going to take a boost for a whole year, which gets you a seeding at the big events. She's going to get into some of the events that she probably wouldn't have got into before down in the 60s. So this is a year and a season and a career-defining tournament for her.
Yeah, it does make a big difference. It's a good point when you play in a Grand Slam. And for the lower-ranked players like Emma Raducanu, we'll come on to that later, but ranked in the 330s at the start of this tournament, a British 18-year-old who hasn't played on the circuit very much. It would take many ITF Challenger events to get to the point where she has reached a fourth round of a Grand Slam. And as you're saying, the same for somebody like Kulavich.
It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, doesn't it?
You move higher up, don't you, and you get entry into those tournaments, as you're saying, which, particularly at the moment with COVID restrictions and travel restrictions and wanting to decide on where you want to play next, it does make a really big difference.
It certainly does. And it means that you can choose your schedule as well, which, with the travel involved with these players, can make life a lot easier to predict which tournaments you're going to get into because of your ranking, and then choose which events you'd like to play and build towards the bigger events, the Grand Slams and the top events on the WTA Tour. We're going to leave Court 1 now. Don't forget you can continue watching that on Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world. As we said, the two roofs are on, centre and court number 1, the first time this year that the court number 1 roof has been completed. It's time now for us to head outside the grounds. We can go over to Southfield Station, which isn't too far, and find what Radzi's up to.
If you're one of the lucky ones coming to Wimbledon, the chances are you'll arrive via here, Southfield Station, aka the happiest station in all of London. Inside, it's filled with Wimbledon regalia. But as your public transport journey ends, the real journey begins as you hot-foot it over to the club alongside thousands of massive tennis fans. Harriet and Troy, it's currently quiet at Southfield Station, but how has it been over the last few hours?
It's been absolutely crazy. The past 3 hours, it's been every tube that's come through that's a Wimbledon train has just been absolutely packed, full to the brim of people going off to Wimbledon. It's really nice to see a lot of normality.
And Troy, could you describe the energy of those people when they come out of here?
I feel like they're quite buzzing, obviously, to just get there and just see the tennis, really. I think that's it's nice to see everyone's spirits up, obviously. It's been a hard year and a half or so for everyone. So yeah, I think it's nice to see everyone like just happy about something, I'd say.
Now,
Yeah.
when we get to Wimbledon and we're on centre court or court number 1 or any of the courts, you see lots of people, but you don't often see the journey they take to get here. How many people do you see pass through here? If you were to guess.
That's a lot.
It's quite a lot of people.
Quite a lot of people. I reckon each tube is about maybe 120 each tube that arrives, and we've seen at least 10 tubes come by.
Hard to count.
It's hard to count, yeah. There's a lot of people.
And what does Wimbledon mean to you, Harriet?
Oh, it's great. I love it. So I live round here, and it's really nice to see a buzz in the area. It's nice to see something going on again. Again, like I said, just back to normal. It's really nice to see everyone so excited for something.
Raj, welcome to Southfields. I understand this isn't your first time here at Wimbledon. When were you last here?
Oh, 1996, I think it was, or possibly 97. I can't even remember. It was that long ago.
So 25 years ago.
Yeah, I saw Steffi Graf.
Wow, so you saw one of the legends.
Yeah.
Are you a big tennis fan?
I was, and then I had kids. Then life got in the way. Now I'm trying to put my reset button on Wimbledon.
And you brought them with you this time?
I have, forcing them into it.
And who have we got here?
That one's my son, Amrik, my daughter Simrik, and my niece Samrita.
Amazing. And you've all come down from the West Midlands?
Yeah.
And so how was the journey? Because that's exactly the route I used to take from Wolverhampton, get on the train to London
It
Euston.
wasn't too bad, actually. We just got on that international and straight up here. Cool.
And when did you get your ticket sorted?
Yesterday.
Amazing. So yeah, it was a real reaction to this.
Yeah, rang my boss, said I need a day off tomorrow.
Awesome. And so what is it about Wimbledon that we just love so much?
Well, it's not even just about the tennis, is it? It's about the whole grounds, everything. And it's changed a lot since the last time I was here. Because I think Court 1 was just being built then. When I came last time, so it's all different. Henman Hill wasn't there, so yeah, no, it'd be good.
Any expectations at all? Are you going to have strawberries and cream?
Strawberries, pims, and just some good food, I think.
For 50 weeks of the year, this is nothing more than a cross-section and an underground station. But for 2 weeks of the year, it gets transformed into something totally different. It comes in waves of crowds that we're just seeing there. People with smiles and expectation, and a 15-minute walk begins in that direction for potentially unforgettable scenes that only Wimbledon can provide. And on that note, I better head in because I think Rachel will be really annoyed if I'm late.
And a warm welcome on this second Monday of Wimbledon 2021. It's a fine day. What a treat for the spectators here.
For the first time in her career, Ash Barty is into the quarterfinals of Wimbledon.
I love coming out here and testing myself against the best in the world, and there's certainly no place I'd rather be at the moment.
What a finish. Sabalenka is through to the quarterfinal.
She was spellbinding.
And Matteo Berrettini is leading the charge.
He's done it. Gets the win. Advances to the quarterfinals at Wimbledon.
The 10th seed makes his first Wimbledon quarterfinal.
It's a 76-match victory on the grass that he so loves at Wimbledon.
The further the tournament goes, I feel like I'm more comfortable playing on grass, so I look forward to next challenge.
Former world number one, the former Wimbledon champion, has beaten the youngster.
I just try to stay in the moment, enjoy every single moment here, and it's great to be back here to see all of you, so thank you so much for the support.
we can celebrate the last 8 of Wimbledon for this great talent from Canada.
You dream of moments like this as a kid. Thank you so much for living this moment with me.
There it is. Roger Federer is the oldest man to reach the quarterfinals at Wimbledon in the Open era, and he may not be done yet.
I couldn't be more excited to be in the quarters, so it's a big moment, and I'm very, very happy. Thank you guys for supporting, coming out, and making it special. Thank you.
It's Aussie Isla taking on England's Emma.
Raducanu is not able to continue the match.
Wow, that I've never seen before. What a shame.
I'm really sorry for her because, you know, I wish we could have finished it. But, you know, it's sport, it happens, so I'm really wishing her all the best.
Emma, we wish you well. Isla, we'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Wimbledon is back.
And to help you make the most of it, IBM is introducing Power Rankings with Watson, a new way to assess who's hot and who's not throughout the tournament.
IBM Power Rankings with Watson uses advanced AI capabilities to analyse the most recent information about every player in the tournament, taking into account everything from the latest statistics to what the media is saying.
It's like an index of player momentum, updating every day to help fans focus on the most interesting matchups or potential upsets.
It's all part of the Wimbledon digital experience, powered by the AI of Watson, built on the hybrid cloud with IBM.
So check out the new IBM Power Rankings with Watson, either at the Wimbledon app or at wimbledon.com. Enjoy the championships.
Yeah, IBM, of course, playing a key role in the championships again this year. And we thought we'd play a little game, wouldn't we? We'll see if what do we like at predicting these matches.
Probably not as good as Watson.
Well, yeah, and we can see how much what we say and what's been said on social media has an effect on it. So we're going to start. We'll go in match order. So we'll go with Karolina Pliskova against Victoria Golubic. Now, it's tricky, this one, because you've got two players sort of different ends of the spectrum in terms of experience, rankings. I would have said personally that Pliskova would be hugely the favourite, but we've come into matches before where we've thought the percentages, well, we were a bit surprised by that. So I'm going to say 60%, 40% to Pliskova, because I think that despite the fact that Golubic has played well recently, that's not going to weight it up enough to make it closer.
Yeah. Well, as we've been discussing, the IBM Power Rankings do have quite a lot to do with what the media is saying, because journalists have quite a lot of insight into what's going on the court and off the court as well, which I think is something that the equation can't take into account unless it's got that personal interaction from the journalist. So I am going to say that Pliskova's likelihood to win is 67%, which then makes it 33%, if my maths is correct.
That's why I went for round numbers, because I can't handle
so
anything
I presume
else.
that makes it 33% for Golubic to win.
So drum roll, please.
Let's see what the IBM Power Rankings really are.
Okay.
Oh, right, OK.
Oh, right, so I was 1% off. There we go, I feel like an expert. So they've got Karolina Pliskova as number 6 in terms of the IBM Power Rankings left in the draw.
That's very
Golubic
close,
is
actually.
8. I would have said there'd have been, you know, I suppose they're saying there that Golubic is the least likely to win the tournament from this stage.
Yes, but as we can see, the singles rankings there are quite different. But as we said, it's very much to do with the other categories that come up when you're looking at the power rankings, which makes it quite different and which makes it interesting for us to have that guess. And we'll see what happens with the likelihood to win and what happens in the match. That tells you, that picture there tells you exactly why the roof is on. The weather today isn't looking great. It does seem like we will get some rain on and off during the day. But the main matches in terms of the singles quarterfinals are on centre court and court number 1. We do have that men's match to finish on centre court as well. And then we do have boys and girls singles matches and various doubles matches happening around the rest of the grounds. But we should at least get through those quarterfinals today.
Yes, and rather than us looking up at the skies and just wondering what the weather's going to be like, let's speak to a weather forecaster who's been speaking to Rachel.
OK, with the clouds looking a little bit threatening behind us over there, I thought it was the perfect time to speak to Steve Crampton here, who's the meteorologist at the Met Office and also the meteorologist during the fortnight at the championships as well. Steve, tell us a little bit about what your role entails here during the fortnight.
Certainly, Rachel. So, as the on-site meteorologist for the All England Lawn Tennis Club, so we come in, we try and sort of work out the weather story, the weather picture, and then we sort of communicate that story to sort of the Wimbledon officials, particularly sort of Jerry Armstrong, the sort of head referee, and the groundsman as well. So communicate the weather story and how that's likely to impact on the smooth running of the tournament.
And I guess how early on can you predict what our day's weather is going to look like?
Yeah, we get access to the sort of Met Office computer model, so we get notification a few days in advance. We'll formulate some sort of story. We'll roughly know what the weather is like to be in general terms, but then as we go closer to the time, we firm up in our picture. We get more detailed analysis and detailed picture of that day's events.
And is it all localised in terms of how you predict the weather pattern of what's going to happen over the course of the day, the fortnight?
Yeah, I mean, Wimbledon itself does have a microclimate, but we're also looking at a bigger picture stuff as well. We're looking at weather systems coming in, like last night's weather system, for instance, that came over from northern France. So we'll analyse that, look at that, but also we've got a series of Met Office radars scattered across the UK, and we look at those pictures there, and then as it gets closer, our colleagues at Meteor France have got a bespoke radar which they situate very close to Wimbledon, and they can bring some really accurate and very detailed rainfall radar knowledge to it.
Yeah, how difficult is it to predict, measure the weather? You've mentioned radars there. Is that how you go about predicting what's going to happen on the day? Yeah, radars are particularly effective in terms of rainfall, precipitation, but in terms of cloud and etc., we're looking at the sort of the computer models and what the models generate. Also, we do come out and we observe the sky. We look at the sky, see what it's doing and what it's likely to do in the next few hours. Well, you've just answered my next question. Go on, tell us exactly what's going to happen later on, Steve. You're looking at the sky, the clouds. What are you seeing? Well,
Rachel, you're looking the wrong direction. The weather's coming from that way, so we should be looking over there. So over there, yeah, the sky's bubbling up. You've got some cumulus clouds there. So I thought, got a gap in the weather, but I think we've still got the risk of some further showers coming in later on in the afternoon.
That's not exactly what the fans want to hear today, but tomorrow, is the forecast looking a little bit better?
A little bit better, yeah, but still run the risk of some showers. The winds will be lighter tomorrow. It'll feel that much warmer as well. So hopefully there should be more play, less interruptions tomorrow.
And how does it make you feel when you just see a block of beautiful sunshine heading into the championships? Does it just make your job so much easier and you just breathe a sigh of relief?
It certainly does, yeah. So I remember 2019, there was no rain interruptions that fortnight, so I particularly enjoyed that fortnight.
I would say so as well. Oh, well, Steve, thank you so much for your time and helping us predict what the weather's going to be like today and tomorrow. Yeah, we hope not much rain. Fingers crossed for a great day of action today and for the rest of the championships. Thank you, Steve.
Nice. Wow, topical at this time of year with the Euros. First touch, look at this. Straight over to the ball
Very
girl.
good.
Took it like a man.
Got to the ball, but he couldn't stop before he collided with the net.
If he had managed to avoid the touch of the net, that would have been an amazing bit of balance.
15-all.
That poor line judge.
Living dangerously.
He's going to take a bombardment. Come, we're flying down here to the centre court. It's a pigeon camera. It's a well-trained pigeon. Holds the camera.
Hey, we've got it live. Well done. Tell you what, if you hang around in the crowd long enough on court number 1 during this match, chances are you're going to get an opportunity to catch a loose tennis ball. Slow-mo for you.
Good catch.
Well, she's milking it.
Thank you.
The wait is finally over. We're live at Wimbledon and it's looking like a glorious day.
Come on, you're missing it! Here we are at Wimbledon and the grass is looking as immaculate as ever.
Just 15 years of age. Her very first Wimbledon.
Oh, hey, where's the strawberries?
We're out.
You cannot be serious.
With championship points.
It's an amazing feeling to play at Wimbledon. Just the setting alone makes it special. Beautiful flowers everywhere you look. When the sun's out, the place comes alive. They call it tennis in an English garden. And as soon as you walk through the gates, you see why.
Well, that is the picture at the moment.
Doesn't
Some
look good,
dark,
does it?
rather foreboding clouds above centre court. We wish you'd love to be able to say, oh, there's blue skies, sunshine beaming down, but sadly not. But I suppose that's why we've got the roof, isn't it? And that's the, as we said, that's the scene on the hill. The umbrellas start to pop up.
Yep, there they all go.
Yeah, and the action will be on the big screen on the side of Court 1 for them to keep up to date with what is going on. Just to remind you of what is the order of play for those two show courts with the roof on, centre court and court number 1, that will be going ahead. There's a match to be finished in the fourth round of the men's singles. Daniil Medvedev against Hubert Hurkacz, and here they are. They've just walked out onto court with the roof on. So this is one that was suspended from last night with the score Medvedev leading Hurkacz, the number 2 seed, 6-2. He lost the second set 7-6 on a tie break, 6-3, and then they'll be restarting in the fourth set at 4-3 to the Polish player, but still on serve. And I suppose, Carter, this is a bit of a test for both players. What will they have learnt on their night off? Will they have spoken to their coaching team, particularly for Hurkacz, who's behind in the match? Will he change his tactics when they come out today to just try and turn things around?
Yes, I think for both of them it's going to be a tricky start just to get going, make sure that they can play in this new environment of being in centre court, being under the roof, something that is just new for most people to experience, and particularly for Hubert Hurkacz. We know that Daniil Medvedev has been to finals of Grand Slams before, so he has an understanding of playing in the big arena, and the one that I would say is the biggest, well, it is the biggest arena, is the US Open final at Flushing Meadows, so he's been there and played in that kind of environment. But this is new territory for Hurkacz, and the crowd, as we mentioned, it's going to be a bit different. Being inside when you've got the roof on just makes for a very, very different atmosphere, and it changes, as we've discussed, with the various people that we've had alongside us, Daniela Hadkova, Mark Woodford, and Keathavong. It changes the atmosphere in there. It changes the way that the grass plays slightly. It changes the fact that you don't have any of those factors from outside. You don't have the wind, you don't have the rustle of the wind around you, you don't have the sun, and all of those things change. So it does make it a bit more of an indoor arena, and I would maybe think that would help Daniil Medvedev, who likes the fast surface and plays his game so quickly, doesn't give his opponent much time to think about their shots and to think in between points even.
I remember a couple of years ago speaking to Mats Wilander here on the Wimbledon Channel. We were talking about the psychology of restarting a match, whether on the same day because you've had a few hours off because of the rain delay, or as it is here, whether you're starting the following day. And he mentioned actually big serving players, that it can really help having a break and speaking to your coaching team, because you might have not noticed when the serve is the weapon from what, I mean, here both players have got the serve as a weapon, but a player might, when you're in the heat of the battle and playing the match, sometimes you don't notice that actually on the ad side this player's always serving to your backhand, or they like to go down the tee on a big point or something like that, that a coaching team might have noticed, and normally you'd never be able to get that message to your player. Well, that's not allowed during a match, but when you've got the night in between or a couple of hours in between, that can be a really key thing for the returning player when he's facing someone who's serving well. And he said in the past, he was talking about Pete Sampras, that some of the matches that Pete always played brilliantly here at Wimbledon, of course, won the title so many times, but the matches he struggled when there was a rain delay, it was because the other player started to figure out the serve a little bit better, whereas previously they'd been struggling to get it back.
Well, I think that's where tennis analysts have become more and more vital in the sport, haven't they? And they do a lot of preparation before the matches, so some of these players do now know on 15-40 this is the most likely serve, and they will head in that direction. The one that always makes me laugh is Andre Agassi against Boris Becker. He didn't tell Boris until they'd retired from playing, because Boris Becker used to stick his tongue out, apparently, to whichever corner he was going to be serving in, and it was only Agassi that spotted it. And when Agassi spotted it, he then had to play the percentage, so he wouldn't go the right way every time, because he didn't want, this is a bit like a World War II story with the Enigma, but Boris Becker, he didn't want him to work out that he'd worked out how his serve went, so he wouldn't do it all the time. He only did it about 80% of the time, and he didn't tell Boris until afterwards. They went out for dinner, and apparently he said to Boris Becker said to Agassi, "How did you know? I just went home and told my wife all the time. You're like a mind reader. You can tell where I'm serving." And he said, "Because you just stick your tongue out in the direction." So it is those little things that you probably wouldn't notice yourself on court, although Andre Agassi did in that situation. But the tennis analysts do make a lot of difference these days, and I think they look at that beforehand and tell the players that use tennis analysts for those sorts of statistics. But you're right, also the coaches will keep an eye on that during a match, and if you have these breaks, it does have its advantages.
It certainly does, and most of the top players, as we know, about both in the men's and ladies' game now, will have an analyst that's either working with them full time, or they'll be subscribing to there's some of these programs, even through the ATP and WTA Tour. They can get some pretty detailed statistics as well, so they'll be utilising that to help their performance in these matches. And it's a big opportunity for the man in the picture here, Hubert Hurkacz. He has had some good results in the last couple of years pre the pandemic, got his ranking up fairly high, and was able to take advantage. And really, I remember listening to some interviews with him, he felt like he learned how to use the weapons that he had on court, because he's always had those physical attributes. He's very tall, big serve, he can cover the court well, but he felt earlier on in his career he wasn't quite able to utilise those weapons particularly well, but some of his best results coincided with just tactically becoming a little bit more astute.
Yes, I think his play has changed a little over the last year, getting into some of the bigger quarterfinals and semi-finals in tournaments has helped him a little. They're wearing very summery shirts, considering you can probably hit the rain on our umbrellas at the moment. That's definitely not dressing for the occasion in terms of the weather. But I think this will be a very interesting match against somebody like Daniil Medvedev, who has all of that experience that we've mentioned, but still hasn't won a Grand Slam title. And he knows that the opportunities are very small, really, for him. While there are players around like Novak Djokovic, Roger Federer, Rafa Nadal, but he does have to beat them at some point in order to get to win a Grand Slam title, and I think he'll be feeling quite confident at the moment about that.
Yeah, so the players are ready. there on centre court for the resumption of that match in the fourth set. And we're going to head over to court number 3 for a mixed doubles match from slightly earlier, because as you can hear, the rain is hammering down on the umbrella above me. So this was from a few minutes ago, before the heavens opened, and it's Vasilevsky and Rodionova who are in your picture here, with Rodionova about to serve against Edouard Roger Vasselin, the Frenchman, and Nicole Mellichard, the number 4 seeds from the USA. A bit of an upset on the cards because Vasilevsky and Rodionova are serving to stay in this first set.
Number 15.
And if you heard Rodionova say on the microphone at the back of the court, "I never miss those." Well, that's a big miss.
30.
Well placed serve. You don't have to hammer it down at 100 miles an hour plus. If you place it, as I think that was placed, it's very, very hard to get it back.
15-30. Have 2 challenges remaining.
So, as ever, the mandatory chat between the server and her partner, and then the signals behind the back from the Belarusian when he gets to that. There we are, that's the index finger twiddling away there. What does that mean? It means... I don't think it meant that. That was a corking shot from Roger Vasselin that caught the outside of the edge. Right in the hitting zone and struck perfectly to give Edouard Roger Vasselin and Nicole Mellichard 2 set points. And we've played just 23 minutes in this opening set, albeit across a couple of hours. Oh, brilliant from the Frenchman. Great pickup from Vasilevsky.
16-2.
Best rally of the match. Last point of the opening set. No wonder they're smiling.
Did she really do that? That was a mesmerising drop volley at full stretch under breakpoint pressure. Quite special.
Just...
Oh, great pass from the Russian.
15-all.
Sumptuous forehand winner from way behind his baseline from quarter.
15-all.
Exactly right. Stunning winner.
That is a sensational shot. The type of shot that only Ash Barty can play. Hand skills from heaven.
Yeah, but how quick thinking was Ash Barty here?
Kulavich raises that right fist in the direction of his connections. Yeah. What an incredible get. And then their skill and control to execute it at full stretch while applying the brakes to avoid the collision with the net.
3 games to love, final set.
Well, I've seen it all now. That was phenomenal.
He's trying these drop shots. Sometimes they work, sometimes they are misguided. But a wonderful angle from Auger Aliassime.
What a dive here. Yes. Brings back memories.
Wasn't too far away.
Just stunning. That was real. Look at the faces. That's how good it was.
Really good sign that Goth has a combination of power and the finesse.
Well played. Oh, well played. He was dead and buried, and he's produced an absolute screaming, scorching forehand. Oh, don't be silly. Just look at that. Speed of the arm, the wrist, and the execution is perfect.
I'm afraid that's the scene at the moment at Wimbledon. The covers are on the outside courts, which is where there are junior matches happening and mixed doubles and men's doubles, women's doubles matches. But they have been taken off court at the moment. It's a bit of an on-off day. And Henman Hill, well, the picture of umbrellas tells you what's happening here at the All England Club. But we do have the roofs on centre court and court number 1, which mean that we can have play on those courts for the quarterfinals that we have today. So let's bring in Steph Brantz in Australia, where I'm sure the weather is a lot better than it is here. Don't laugh at us, Steph. Steph, we have a fantastic quarterfinal in the ladies coming up a bit later on between 2 Australians. I'm very interested in how that's playing out over there in Australia between the world number 1, Ash Barty, but also Ajla Tomljanovic, who maybe in this country people don't know as well, but over in Australia, she was a great young hope. She's had a few injuries. So how are people looking at this match?
Well, it's been really interesting. And Karthik, can I just say that it may have been blue sky all day here, but in my earbuds, all I can hear is the rain pitter-pattering on your umbrella, and I actually feel like it's raining on the roof here. But huge excitement here, of course, to have 2 Aussies in the quarterfinal for the first time in 41 years. And, of course, it's been 21 years since an Australian female has been into the quarters. And Ash Barty was the first through. Interestingly, there's been a lot of talk in the papers about the fact that Ash has had more rest because of that scheduling decision that saw the Felix Auger-Aliassime and Alex Zverev match go for 4 hours. There was a rain delay, and then by the time Tomljanovic and Raducanu were out on court, they didn't start until 8 o'clock. So she was always going to have less rest than Ash Barty, who was already cooling her heels back, probably not even in the locker room by that stage, back at her hotel. And the other interesting story that has come out on both sides has been all about the boyfriends. So there was a question to Ash in the press conference about having her boyfriend in the box and whether that made her more comfortable. And then also with Ajla Tomljanovic, of course, having Matteo watching on and how nervous he looked. He was riding every point as he watches her play. So there's been a lot of peripheral talk around around the match, less so on what's actually going to happen on the court. But you're right, Ayla is an experienced campaigner. I've seen her for a number of years, mainly both in Australia and then in New York at Flushing Meadows. She seems to, I want to say she seems to lose matches that she should win. And this is the first tournament I've seen where I've got real confidence in how she's playing. And she's been playing some brilliant tennis. And it was unfortunate, of course, that Emma Raducanu had to retire, but Ayla was on top of that match. And in Birmingham, of course, she beat the top seed, Elise Mertens, but then she goes out to Coco Vandeweghe. So we've seen her switch on and then switch off, but she'll be hoping she's very much on because she needs that for Ash Barty, who's just been improving with every outing here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, she certainly has, Steph. I think you, Tomljanovic and Berrettini giving Monfils and Svitolina a run for their money as the tennis power couple. Aside from that, when we focus on Tomljanovic, she's led, I suppose, a bit of a peripatetic existence. She was born in Croatia, moved to Australia. I haven't used that one before. I'm surprised myself. Was reading the dictionary of my breakfast this morning. So she was born in Croatia, spent some time in Australia. She trained in Florida at the Everett Academy, a famous tennis academy there. Matteo Berrettini lives in Monte Carlo, so she spent some time there. Whereas Ash Barty, I suppose, she spends a lot of her time in Australia. She's based there. How close are the two players? Are they really good friends? Is this going to be a battle of two friends, or are they, they play under the same flag but don't really spend too much time with each other? Can you give us a sense of the relationship between the two?
I think with, as you say, the peripatetic existence, or should we say the geographical divide, they wouldn't be spending a lot of time together. Also, they lead quite different lifestyles, and Ash has been quite conservative or introverted. We don't see or hear a lot of her, and she loves, when she comes back to Australia, to just go home to Queensland and hang out with her family and play a bit of golf, and she goes to the footy when she's back. And I think she really likes being back home. These two were Fed Cup teammates back in 2019. So obviously they know each other quite well. But as for being close mates, I don't think that's the case.
As Ash Barty is a Grand Slam champion and she is the world #1, there are other big sports there, but she has become fairly famous in tennis terms and in sports terms in general. She does seem to transcend tennis out there, doesn't she? I know she gave out a trophy for, I presume it was an Aussie Rules tournament. I can't quite remember which one it was, but the team that she supports, which shows that she has moved across from just being somebody that the public know in tennis.
Well, we love a world #1, Kathy, so we'll jump right on that bandwagon as well. And she was completely embraced. And she stepped really into the limelight, of course, with that win at the French Open. People had heard of her. We always knew she was there and thereabouts. But she'd been overshadowed perhaps by the likes of, say, a Sam Stosur and those sorts of players. And also on the guys' side, of course, you had Nick Kyrgios and Alex de Minaur coming through. And Ash was just trundling along doing her own thing. But then she suddenly became a Grand Slam winner, and of course shooting up to world #1, and now she's definitely a household name. She's very passionate about the sporting teams that she supports, so therefore with Richmond Tigers they got her on board with a trophy presentation. And as I've mentioned to you before, she's an absolute sweetheart of the Australian public, and that delightful smile with a dimple that just lights up every camera lens when someone takes a picture of her. On top of that, she's very proud of her Indigenous roots, and that's something that makes her quite special and a real standout, because we have far too few Indigenous athletes that we are truly celebrating, and Ash is a wonderful, wonderful example of an Australian going abroad and doing really, really well, and Aussies love to back that.
She's involved in an Indigenous sports project, isn't she, as well, Ash Barty? That part of what you're saying there, it does make a big difference, because she's keen to get children from that background playing tennis, which is a sport that they wouldn't normally play, isn't it? I think that's part of, we were talking about the scallop skirt that she's got and celebrating Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley, and also trying to provide for the future as well. She's doing both. She's looking back and she's looking forward, isn't she, when it comes to tennis and Indigenous people?
It sure is, and that's so important in the work that she does and her public persona. And it's not just a tokenism for Ash. She really wants to get out there, and she relates so well to the kids. They absolutely love her. I'm not sure how much time in recent times she's had to do that, because, of course, when she was in Australia for an extended period, that was when COVID was probably at its worst around the country, so all the borders were closed. However, she's really taken every opportunity that she can to get out and meet athletes and kids in the community. And with the kids, you're right, it's not a sport that our First Nations people would really pick up, because generally it's quite expensive and it's seen as a perhaps a rich white middle class or upper class style of sport. So they don't really get the opportunity to get involved, but she certainly has got them involved, and it's been wonderful to watch.
Yeah, she's breaking down barriers, isn't she, Steph? It's so great to get your insight with all of those things. Let's head inside centre court, see some live action, because Hubert Hurkacz has started the resumption of this match with Daniil Medvedev, the #2 seed, brilliantly. He's continued the good form from late last night, and he's got an opportunity to send it into a 5th set. Here he is serving at 5-3.
Right shot. No,
he certainly had the space to hit that ball. He lined up nicely, just overcooked it a little bit.
Correction was good. Mr. Medvedev is challenging the call on the right near sideline. The ball was called in.
Well, the early overall.
So he's taking on Martina Navratilova. Got it wrong. Never argue with a woman, eh?
Mr. Medvedev has 2 challenges remaining.
Razor shot.
You don't have time when you come in on the court at this stage of a match to feel your way into the match, into the set. He has certainly not done that. He's been proactive and been aggressive. Medvedev been holding back.
So here are 2 set points for the pole.
T30.
Game. What a way to close it out. It is being challenged, but I think he got the line.
Yeah, that huge ace out wide for Hubert Hurkacz means that we are going the distance on centre court into a 5th set, over 2.5 hours. It's been a real battle between these two. And don't forget, you can continue watching the action there on Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world. But that is the scene outside of the microclimate inside centre court on court #1, where they've got the roof on. The rain is coming down very, very hard here at SW19. The covers are on and no prospect of play on the outside courts for quite some time. And we can head out around the grounds again and catch up with Jenny.
Well, I've wandered over to the other side of the grounds, directly behind court number 3, here to the American Express Card Member Lounge. It is one of the best places to come when the rain starts to fall, and it has been falling a lot here at the Championships 2021. But follow me and let me show you what this place is all about. Well, I'm delighted to say, joining me, Hannah Mackay, Director of Partnerships and Experiences at American Express. Now, Hannah, obviously this didn't happen last year. How pleased are you to be back?
I think, like everyone, absolutely thrilled to be back at Wimbledon. It's a very special year, isn't it, to be back in the hallowed grounds at a live event and watching some amazing tennis. And yeah, I think there's a really special feel around the grounds this year particularly. Well,
before we get into what you can do here as an American Express card holder, I mean, we have to look at the flowers. This wisteria, it's just beautiful. The astro under the feet. What an effort from American Express to kind of stay with Wimbledon and all their flowers around the grounds.
Yeah, we really do try and be really consistent with the feel of the site, and tennis in an English garden is our theme, in keeping with Wimbledon. You know, we try and sprinkle a little bit of American Express on there, but you can see we try and really bring the outside in. Some beautiful flowers, some beautiful foliage and flowers inside as well. So really try and embrace the beauty of the grounds that we're in.
Well, we can hear the rain pouring down on the awning above us. So basically, if you're an American Express card holder, what can they do here?
Yeah, so anyone with an Amex card can come inside. Doesn't matter which card you have, everyone's welcome. And you can bring a guest inside as well to experience the lounge with you. And lounge is open all day. And really what we've designed it to be is like a pit stop during your day. We don't want to distract from the tennis, it's all about making your day better. So once you're in the lounge, you can have a drink, have a snack. We've got some exclusive cocktails as well that you can't get anywhere else on the grounds. And really it's just about refreshing, recharging your phone, putting some sun cream on. You know, we have all of that here.
Sun cream?
Maybe not today, but you never know. Yeah. You never know. The sun might come out later on.
It has indeed. It's come out a few days actually, which we've thoroughly enjoyed. But as well as all of that, there is a specific game that, well, not everyone can come to Wimbledon this year, and there is a specific game that Amex have introduced called the Champions Rally. This is quite special.
Yeah, we're really excited about it, and we know that Wimbledon has fans all over the world. They can't always come, whether that's this year or any year. So really our goal with Champions Rally is to bring the grounds to life in people's homes. So the game you can play anywhere. All you need is a smartphone or an iPad.
Just like here is one I prepared earlier.
Exactly. And then you just need a flat surface. Basically what happens is you land onto centre court with the king of Wimbledon, Andy Murray, who takes you through a quick game where essentially you're hitting the ball against some targets. The goal is to be as fast and as accurate as possible to try and beat Andy's score. And if you're a card member, then once you've completed the game, you can actually enter to win some great prizes like tickets to the championships next year as well.
So is Andy leading the way right now?
He is, I'm going to say, teaching and commentating. You'll have to play the game to find out, but we did have him record some pretty funny commentary to go along with people's gameplay, so depending how good you are.
Has anyone come close to him?
People have got close and people are trying again and again and again, so hopefully someone will beat his score eventually.
Quite competitive, so I'm definitely going to give this a go.
It's addictive.
I'm sure. Well, this terrace actually, Hannah, is brand new for this year, isn't it?
It is.
How special is it to have this extra space here right behind court 3?
I know, we're really, really ecstatic about the location, and whether it's, you know, rain or shine, it's a really nice place to spend your time. Obviously, particularly this year, really nice to have some fresh air and ventilation too, so it's really enhanced the lounge.
Absolutely. Well, this is the terrace outside. Let's take a wander inside to see exactly what we can see. But we're going to first of all quickly put our masks on because we have to jump inside.
Ready to go.
Ready to go. Let's go. So here we are inside the lovely American Express Lounge, and actually the flowers too. We have basically like a wild wall in a way. They are everywhere. So talk me through what exactly we have going on in here inside.
Well, you can see it's a bit of a busy time, probably because it's raining outside. So yeah, lots of comfy seating, phone chargers for everyone that comes in. We know how easy it is to run out of battery when you're taking all of your selfies on court. We also are giving away free radios for every card member on site. So whether you come into the lounge or not, if you have an Amex card, you can tap the card and get hold of a free radio. So once you're out on the court, you can listen to broadcast again, just to kind of enhance your experience. Otherwise, we've got a full bar service with snacks available to everybody. So really, it's just about sitting back and having a relaxing time when you're in here.
It looks very relaxing. Shall we walk and talk? Because there also is a third part to this American Express lounge. There is a balcony out the front, which we definitely want to go and have a look at as well. Now, Hannah, this balcony out the front is one of the best views that you could possibly have in Wimbledon.
It is.
Well, obviously right now the courts are all covered. Now that we're outside, we can take our masks off.
Yeah, and here we are.
Here we are, because we can basically look over courts kind of 5 to 12, essentially. It's such a wonderful view. Yeah. And what's been the feedback from all the card hold members?
I mean, I think people are pretty stunned when they come up the stairs, and it's kind of iconic, isn't it, this view. And we absolutely love how you can, if you're here on finals day, you can actually see the trophy being lifted off the balcony as well. So pretty iconic Wimbledon view. You know, we let people stop and have a little photo as well as a memento, because we know how important that is to everyone. But yeah, it's really our kind of pride and joy having this beautiful view across the ground.
Absolutely. Well, Hannah, thank you so much for your time. We'll leave you on that note of this stunning view. Take a little bit of a closer look. Thanks very much, Hannah.
Thanks for coming.
Welcome to Wimbledon Lessons, brought to you by Sipsmith Gin. Now, this place has witnessed a fair share of drama over the years, none more so than in 2012, when a young Rufus the Hawk, the official pigeon scarer, was hawk-napped. The theft caused global outcry and many sleepless nights for those who knew him. I myself slept like a baby, but I didn't know him that well, just through friends, really. The story does, however, have a happy ending. Rufus was found 3 days later on Wimbledon Common, healthy, fit, with a slightly sore leg. So let's raise a glass of perfectly poured gin and tonic to Rufus. Quite right.
Wimbledon's most juicy moments. Is she playing Sleeping Lions? Bet that caused a racket. Somebody's had their Robinsons.
We need to tell the stories around the world. We need to make it feel as special as it is in the UK, in the rest of the world. It was all about the storytelling. Having travelled around the world and seen some of the output for Wimbledon not being as special as it was here in the UK, we needed to take control of the host broadcasting. We created a fantastic host broadcast facility. We started to put a lot more beauty cameras around the site, and also make sure that we had all the courts available, not just 3 or 4 courts. Just trying to pick up as many images as we can. That investment enabled a lot of our viewers to see things around the site and around the grounds that they'd never seen before. That first morning, on that first Monday, I did have the goosebumps. The world's media were here. We were now giving the stories to the world. So it was a special sort of line in the sand moment for the club in their history, and the stories just get stronger.
The list is something that begins during the championships, a list of all the things we can do better. It goes right to the heart of not accepting second best. We don't really mind where we get the feedback from. If it's something that can't be dealt with immediately, then it goes on the list. Every single line has to have a comment by next year's championships. The moment you are satisfied and think that you can't improve on it, that's the moment you've got a problem. We just want it to be better every day and every year.
Bounce! Bounce, what are you doing here? You're not allowed on the grass.
No one will know. Anyway, Blade, you're allowed, so why aren't I?
I'm a piece of grass, Bounce. I can't keep off myself. Well, I suppose maybe if I jumped. No, no.
Oh, I've got an idea.
Anyway, enough of that. Boys and girls around the world are patiently waiting to learn all about our wonderful home.
Wimbledon!
Wimbledon, yes. But first, we need a swift change. Wait for me!
Wimbledon is the oldest tennis tournament in the entire universe. It's older than your granny. It may even be older than your granny's granny. It's aged 144.
And Centre Court is one of the most famous stadiums in the world. It has a sliding roof, which means we can play in all types of weather.
We'd need 7,500 umbrellas to protect Centre Court from the rain if we didn't have a roof, but that might get a little leaky.
I live here with my relatives, all 54 million of them. We all stand at 8 millimeters tall, and we have haircuts regularly. Let me introduce you. There's Fred, Virginia, Bjorn, Martina, Boris, Steffi, Pete, Venus,
Blade.
Hello, Roger, Serena,
Blade.
Andy, Simona, Novak.
You said we only had 3 minutes, not 10 years.
Okay, your turn, Bounce.
I trained my whole life to be a ball at Wimbledon, and I love exploring the grounds as fast as I can.
Come back, you're making me dizzy! Yes, now where was I? Oh, yes. Wimbledon is a tennis tournament played in London, England, every summer. For 2 weeks, the world's best tennis players travel here, arriving from places like America, India, and Argentina. Overall, players from 90 different countries have competed here, fulfilling a dream they have had since they were little: to play on the grass courts of Wimbledon. Oh, although my family and I are a bit scared of players that slide around the court.
My favourite player is Serena Williams because she can make me go really, really, really fast. 130 miles an hour, in fact. Faster than a cheetah.
And my favourite player is Roger Federer because he loves playing on grass and always treads delicately. He's won the singles trophy here 8 times.
Winning Wimbledon means you're the best of the best. In the ladies and gentlemen singles draw, you have to beat 7 of the players from a draw of 128. You may even get to meet royalty.
Well, the royal family is invited to sit in the royal box on Centre Court during the tournament, along with heads of government, people from the world of tennis, British Armed Forces, supporters of British tennis, and...
Celebrities!
Oh, don't even think about it, Bounce! 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 Bounce!
I was 10 years old in 1960. Oftentimes, instead of riding the school bus home, I would walk over to my grandfather's house. He'd tune in faraway places on his shortwave radio. And one day, we stumbled across a broadcast of Wimbledon.
Lever muffed the backhand return. Point to Fraser.
I was kind of taken by the score and the game and quickly got interested in all the tradition.
Wimbledon also implies strawberries and cream.
Pretty soon it was like game, set, and match. I just fell in love with tennis. It was 1962 when I was doing the chores here, and all of a sudden I had this vision of this tennis court, a grass tennis court, right here in the cattle feed lot. That dream was fulfilled 40 years later when we built our own. It was 50 years after I first conceived the idea that we arrived to Wimbledon. It's a special place for all of us in the Kewen family.
The Championships, fondly known as Wimbledon, is one of the world's oldest sporting events. Among its many unique qualities are its fans, who travel from far and wide to be part of the magic. These are the stories of their pursuits.
One of the traditions of Wimbledon is that it's our grass court. Even though you come here and you want to see great tennis, everybody's sort of one of their dreams is to actually look at our lawns. For people to get an inspiration from what we do is absolutely fantastic.
I thought he was crazy. We had a horse out there. There were cattle before. It just seemed, what, a tennis court?
You know, I grow corn and soybeans. I did not study turfgrass management. I'm a farmer, and that's what we do for a living. We grow things. There was a lot of preliminary work. There was trees that had to be removed. We brought in 16 truckloads of very sandy soil, 6 rows of drainage tile, 15 pop-up sprinklers. All of the family was very much a part of my passion, and they were part and parcel every step of the way. It was a kind of a best-kept secret till we sent out invitations to all the neighbors and all of our friends, and we opened it up for the first time in the fall of 2003. And that was just the humble beginnings of the All-Iowa Lawn Tennis Club.
May I have your attention, please? We will shortly be opening the gates. In the interest of your own and others' safety.
We love what we do, and we're very passionate about the lawns here at Wimbledon, and if we can help people create that mini Wimbledon somewhere else, then we'd love to be involved.
Well, we had a tournament in 2006, and then a pretty famous sports writer, John Wertheim, called and wanted to do a story for Wimbledon issue of Tennis Magazine. Everything changed. At that time, we started accepting reservations, didn't really know what to expect, but through the years, hundreds, if not thousands of people have come here. And of course, my interest in Wimbledon remained. And so I started sending letters to the head groundsman, asking for an internship at the All England Club.
Well, our first thought was, what would this look like? So we went online and actually looked at the court and see it in the middle of the farm, and it had all of the traditional British white picket fence around it, really sort of quaint and very much in the English garden theme. We then got involved. We managed to get Mark over, and he spent the season with the grounds crew during the championships of 2012.
I'll never forget it. The first time I laid my eyes on center court, and we opened up those doors, and there it was. It couldn't have been any more magnificent. It was amazing to see. I remember I kneeled down on one knee and looked at it and put my finger on it like that. Another one of those dream come true moments. The guys that were with me just got these big beaming smiles on their face, and they knew how much it meant to me. Alex was the son that picked up the game of tennis rather late. He became a very good tennis player. In 2015, we thought it'd be great to go over there. And so Alex and I spent a week at the championships together. I've never seen him more happy. We had so much fun. He had a list of things that he wrote down, of improvements that we wanted to make to the All-Iowa after he'd been here. And one of them was to convert from bent grass to perennial ryegrass like we have here. It was just a thrill to experience Wimbledon with him. In 2016, I was blessed with the opportunity to serve as a court attendant. It was a dream come true for me. It was one of the highest points in my life. I've just been so blessed and so honored to actually work on center and walk on it. And I realize the history and the meaning and the significance, and it's just a true honor to be there. And all the time Alex was here mowing the court. Alex was here taking care of it. He actually had the net up, and he'd played with some people here during that time. It was 4 days after we came back. We had a cookout, a barbecue here at the place, and I'll always remember he rolled down the window of the car and waved and said, "I'll see you tomorrow, Dad." And he flashed that beautiful smile. And that was the last time I saw him. Well, it was just guilt. Imagine coming from Wimbledon and having the highest moment of your lives, and then 5 days later coming home and you're at the bottom of the lowest point in your life. It was just life-altering. We really didn't know the level of depression and the spot he was at. And I know it was one of the things that probably had a great impact in his suicide. In the grief and the mourning and the aimlessness, I said, well, Alex wanted to change this court from bent grass to ryegrass. I'm gonna do that. So I came out here, didn't tell Denise, didn't tell anyone, and I sprayed the court with Roundup. About 3 days later, it was all brown. So we did a complete renovation job, just like is done at Wimbledon. So we finally came up with this idea that why don't we host a tournament for boys and girls from Iowa versus Minnesota. Pretty soon we had the first ever Alex J.Q. Invitational. Alex was a great community leader, and we want to continue that legacy that he left behind for his children and for all of us. Good morning and welcome to the Keelan Family Farm, the home of the All-Iowa Lawn Tennis Club. We're really pleased to have you and your children here today. It's a very special day for us. This is our third Alex J. Keelan Memorial Invitational. We are playing today on the Alex J. Keelan Court of Dreams, and it's kind of a hallowed ground for us. It's a special place and it's a happy place, and that's the way we wanted to remember it today and always. So that complete renovation process was part of our family's healing, and we were lost, devastated, and so it was the court and what we did in Alex's memory that brought it back. It's like the grass, it's a rebirth. Center court is the jewel in Wimbledon's crown. It's a special place. A lot of people dream about playing on center. I just wanted to recreate it. There's no place like Wimbledon. It's part of my family's story now. It's a legacy that'll be passed on through the generations through our tennis court, passing that love for Wimbledon on.
The wait is finally over. We're live at Wimbledon and it's looking like a glorious day.
Come on, you're missing it!
Here we are at Wimbledon and the grass is looking as immaculate as ever.
Just 15 years of age, her very first Wimbledon.
Oh, hey, where's the strawberries?
We're out.
You cannot be serious.
With championship
point.
Well, let's take you inside centre court. It's raining around the grounds here at the championships. Underneath the roof, inside centre, the potential for an upset is brewing. 2 sets all. Here we are in the 5th. And Daniil Medvedev, the #2 seed, is on the verge of crashing out of the championships. Here he is, serving to stay in the match against Hubert Hurkacz.
Yeah, unlucky. Good depth, though, from Hurkacz. There's that move forward again, and again it turns up trumps for him.
Yeah, he's closed into the net. I remember in the first set, a couple of times when he came in from too far behind the baseline and ended up having to hit volleys around the service line. He's not doing that now. He's inside the service line, punching those volleys away. Closing the gap.
30-all.
That will hurt. Match point for Hurkacz.
30-14.
He's through. Hurkacz is through for the quarter-final of a Grand Slam for the first time in his career. Off goes Medvedev very rapidly, disgusted with himself. But this charming young man from Poland, whom some say he's too nice a bloke to make it to the top. Well, think again.
Well, what an effort. The way he came out to this court and the pressure situation, the chance to have his biggest win of his career on the biggest arena in the world, and he just took it and came out here and just went for every ball and he looked like the #2 seed out here today. He looked like the one that meant business. He looked like the one that was confident, and he just came on there, and whatever his coach said to him last night and this morning, it certainly worked, because what a performance.
Medvedev was disappointing, though.
Very disappointing. He just kept on going for balls over and over again. There was no rhythm to his game, but all credit to this man in the pitch. I mean, he was stunning performance.
3 hours and 2 minutes it took. He'll play Roger Federer in the quarterfinal. And here he is with Lee McKenzie.
Well, Hubert, congratulations. You started yesterday outside, you finished on centre court under the roof, and you are through to your first ever quarter-final of a Grand Slam.
Playing on this unbelievable court, probably the best court in the world. I mean, with this magnificent crowd, is so special. So, I mean, really. I mean, it really means a lot to me. I mean, Daniel's an unbelievable player. I mean, we were battling yesterday on the court too, and then we came back today to finish the match. I mean, it's. I mean, it was a tough match. I mean, Daniel is really unbelievable. He's #2 in the world, and he has unbelievable skills. And yeah, I mean, so being here, being able to win that match in front of you guys is so big for me. So I mean, it feels great.
And Hubert, just give us an insight into what it's like to be stopped at such a crucial moment yesterday, knowing that when you come out here today, you have to be 100% from the start.
Yeah, so I mean, stopping yesterday in the end of fourth set was, I mean, was the first time for me. So, and coming out today, so we had talks with my coach CB, worked with my physio a little bit, and to prepare for today to try to do the things better that wasn't working so well yesterday, and I think I did a pretty good job today.
You did a pretty good job. And when you were growing up, you could have chosen different sporting careers. You liked basketball, you liked motorsport. You got interested in tennis by watching Roger Federer. Tomorrow, you will be playing Roger Federer in the quarter-final at Wimbledon.
Yeah, I think Roger for this sport is unbelievable. I mean, Roger, what he does, the way he plays, and the titles that he won throughout his whole career, and inspires so many people. And yeah, you guys enjoy watching him as well. So I mean, it's gonna be a fun battle. I'll be hoping to get a little bit support, but yeah.
So just finally, Hubert, how do you win tomorrow? What's the approach?
I mean, I'll just try to play well. I mean, have to prepare with my coach, talk to him for a bit, and then, yeah, we'll see.
Don't give away your secrets. Congratulations today. Very well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Hubert Hurkacz will have won plenty more supporters with that performance, and that interview there on centre court. A really likeable young chap, the number 14 seed from Poland, as he walks off to rapturous applause, and it really is great to see an arena like centre court packed to the rafters once again here at Wimbledon. And that is the scene at the moment. We were telling you about all of the rain earlier, but actually blue skies and those wispy white clouds above at the moment. And that means that the quarter-final draw for the gentlemen's singles is now complete, because that match was carried over from yesterday. So here it is in full for you. Novak Djokovic, the top seed, against Martin Fucsovics from Hungary. Karen Khachanov, the number 25 seed, who came through a really epic match. You can see there against Sebastian Korda, the American, winning it in that fifth set. 13 breaks of serve there were in that fifth set to get to this stage. Denis Shapovalov is his opponent in the quarter-finals. Shapovalov, who put out Andy Murray earlier on in the event. And that'll be an interesting one too. And then Matteo Berrettini against Felix Auger-Aliassime, who caused a bit of an upset when he beat Alexander Zverev, the number 4 seed from Germany last night. And then, as we were hearing there, Hubert Hurkacz, tremendously looking forward to facing the great Roger Federer in that match, who's the number 6th seed here at the Championships. But for every winner, there is a loser, of course. And let's hear from Daniil Medvedev after that defeat today on centre court against Hubert Hurkacz.
Hi, Daniil. George Belshore from Metro UK. Obviously, pretty disappointing loss for you, given the position you were in yesterday. I was just wondering if you could talk us through how frustrating it was not to finish yesterday, and then how it affected you today, how that kind of timeout affected you.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. Played on court 2, we knew it's going to be raining, so we knew we're not going to finish yesterday. And played really bad today, so not much more to say.
Was there any frustration you didn't get moved to centre court to finish yesterday? It seemed there would have been enough time to finish it. Did that conversation happen with you?
Not at all. We were all okay with this, because they were at 5-all in the first set, so we never knew how long it's going to go.
Thank you. We'll go to Mike Dixon.
Sorry, just to sort of slightly further to that, Daniel, when you said you both okay, did you actually speak to the referee about it, or was there any discussion that you might go on centre court last night?
Yes, I don't know if there could be a discussion, but I was happy with that decision. So I said yes straight away to play today at 1:30. So the referee came to me, yeah. I don't know if I would say no if we could talk about it, but I said yes, so I have no idea.
Do we have any further questions? Simon?
Hi, Daniel. Obviously disappointing to lose, but how do you see your Wimbledon as a whole? Given where you came into Roland Garros without too much form, it's not been too bad a couple of Grand Slams.
When you're second in the world, first round is a really bad result. So it's a bad result. That's it.
But I mean, fourth round, you mean? Yeah,
fourth round is a very bad result.
How do you feel you played today in general? Do you think it was him playing, did he lift his level, or do you think you just didn't quite find your top form?
He definitely played really good. I played probably worse 2 sets since Rome.
Thank you. We'll go to Willie now.
Hi, Daniel. What specifically did you find fault with in your game today, and what will you leave here thinking you need to work on?
I will just continue working. I mean, I don't have anything specific I need to work. Everything just improve every day, like I try to do. That's how after you can have no regrets, because when you have regrets, it's actually very disappointing. Now, I mean, in 2 hours, I'm gonna already, forget about Wimbledon in a way, just because, well, I did my best. Today my best was really low, but I did my best, so let's wait for the next Wimbledon. And what was the other question?
Oh, and you covered both about what you found fault with and what you need to work on. But if you could also discuss what's in your plans for the summer.
Olympics, Canada, Cincinnati, US Open, and then we need to see, because calendar might be changed with Asia, with everything, where I guess not 100% sure what's the calendar going to be, so it's going to depend on that. But first is Olympics and US swing.
And your thoughts about the Olympics?
Yeah, Daniel Medvedev obviously frustrated there after that defeat. A great opportunity here at Wimbledon, but great to see him heading into the press conference and speaking at length about the match and discussing his performance. So some of those clouds rolling in, but no rain at the moment. The cover's still on the outside courts. Let's take you inside Court 1, where it's been pretty much one-way traffic. A good performance for Karolina Pliskova of the Czech Republic, the number 8 seed so far, against Victoria Golubic of Switzerland. And Golubic has stepped up here from the change of ends, serving to stay in the match. She lost the first set 6-2, and here she is down 5-2 in the second.
Well, she's had a magnificent tournament so far, Victoria Golubic. Can she extend it a little further, serving to save the match at 2-5?
Love.
Two unreturned serves. Good start to this 8th game. The net didn't help her.
30-15.
Just deflected the ball out for her third double fault. 7 unseeded players have reached the ladies' singles finals, semis at Wimbledon. Magdalena Rybarikova, the most recent in 2017.
From Slovakia, now retired.
Still a few empty seats around. Pliskova 2 points away from victory.
Too much power behind that strike from Pliskova.
Now the crowd making some noise to try and encourage Victoria Golovich to one last stand, but it is match point for our number 8 seed, Karolina Pliskova.
Oh, clever, clever. Really quick thinking here from Kulavich, using those hand skills. Oh, how well did she do to turn that point around?
Coach and husband on their feet.
Advantage, Pliskova.
Pliskova has her second match point. Around 17 minutes of play under the roof on court 1, match point. Another beautiful backhand winner.
Nice change up there from Victoria Golovich. She's been using the drop shot well in the last few games.
Not of appreciation from her coach. Plenty of heat on that backhand. It was just too hot to handle for Pliskova.
Juice.
Advantage, Pliskova.
Match point number 3 for Karolina Pliskova. Nervous time for all her connections. Can she get over the line here and take her place in the Wimbledon semi? Not yet. Golovich has more to offer.
Well, that serve only 81 miles per hour from Kulavich, but it was right into the corner of the box.
Plenty of class on display there from Karolina Pliskova. Golovich slicing and dicing her way through the point. And it's another match point for the Czech player.
Advantage, Pliskova.
An hour and 21 minutes, 8 minutes and counting for this game. Match point number 4. And Karolina Pliskova is in the Wimbledon semi-finals.
2 sets to love, 6-2, 6-2.
A really entertaining match on court 1 to start the day. And Pliskova emerges victorious after a very disciplined display. She remains on course for her first Wimbledon final, potentially. And once again, she hasn't dropped a set and hasn't been broken.
Well, that really was a disciplined and clean performance from Karolina Pliskova. She was focused from the very first point, businesslike, no real let-ups there from the Czech woman. And for her opponent, Viktoria Kulavich, well, what a Wimbledon it's been for her. The 28-year-old reached the quarterfinals of a slam for the very first time. There'll be plenty of tales for her to take home.
Yeah, 9 victories on the grass. She's enjoyed her time at the warm-up tournaments and here at Wimbledon. And championships that she'll remember. Golovich beaten in straight sets by Karolina Pliskova. So Pliskova will now wait and see who she plays in the semi-final. Either Angelique Kerber or Aryna Sabalenka, who will be doing battle a little later on this afternoon. And Karolina Pliskova is now at the corner of the court, and she'll be speaking to Rishi Persad.
Karolina, congratulations. The first thing I want to ask is your thoughts on what, standing and us watching, looked a very impressive performance.
Thank you. Well, super happy to be through because it's my first semi-final here in Wimbledon and first time on this court, I think, this year. I had to work really hard to get to this court, so I'm happy I was here today, and I really enjoyed to play on this court. And I think we played some good level. Of course, the score looked a bit easy, but as you can see, in the end, was a bit tricky. And I think she's playing some great tennis. She beat some great opponents this week, so it was not an easy match.
Your footwork today looked excellent. The speed on court looked excellent. What did you do most that you were pleased with?
I mean, I feel like I'm improving with every match, and of course I had some days in between to work on the footwork, on my game, and I think everything today was working quite well. I was feeling super fit today. I have a day off tomorrow, so I'm going to be ready for my next match.
How do you feel about getting to this stage of the tournament? And you haven't even dropped a set yet.
That's true. No, I mean... I didn't think about that really, but I just feel my game is quite good the last 2 weeks, even in the practices and even in the matches. So that's why I think all these scores, I beat some good girls. And we had some good preparation with my team. So really happy for that, and hopefully we can continue.
And does it matter to you who you play in the semi-final, whether it's Kerber or Sabalenka?
We're going to watch a bit, but for now I just enjoy this moment because never happened before for me, so I don't want to really stress about my next match for now.
Well, many congratulations. Through to the semi-final.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Well, Karolina Pliskova then making it through to her first Wimbledon semi-final. She's now completed 40 aces, is still yet to drop a set as well in this championship so far, defeating Kulavich there 6-2, 6-2. But look at those pretty ominous black clouds overlooking here southwest London. They don't look too great. We're here up on the roof of court number 1 because of those clouds. So we actually spoke, didn't we, to a meteorologist a little bit earlier on who predicted some rain. We had it earlier. We've actually got bright blue sky for about probably 15 minutes, Raz. I'm doing it in buttons because it's quite windy up on the roof. You're dressed for, I don't know, a ski resort.
The winter is coming, Rachel. That's all I'm going to say. The winter is coming. You can see us there. I mean, what an absolute view we've got here. It really is genuinely delightful up here, apart from the fact a little bit of a brisk wind, and the weather is so volatile here. 1 minute, the sun might be shining, even though there's a bit of a chill in the air. The next minute, it's monsoon. There really is no predicting. However, what we also have is a gorgeous view. Now, I'm not sure if you can see the skyline of London that really is priceless from up here. I feel like a combination between Michael Fish and Carol Kirkwood. It really is fantastic.
Look what you can see. You can even see the Shard, can't you?
Look at that.
Just behind us there. But what you can actually also see behind Radzi and I are a lot of people. We have so many fans here today at Wimbledon because it's the first time in 16 months that a sporting venue in the UK has a full capacity crowd that we're getting on centre court, which is absolutely great for the country, for us here at Wimbledon, and of course for the fans. But look behind us there, Radzi, what we can see as well. Currently no play on the outside courts. The covers are on, blowing in this wind that we have at the moment. So still waiting for action down there. But there is a lot of action happening, and still to come a bit later as well, because, of course, women's quarterfinals day.
Yes, there's so much further, so much excitement. And as you mentioned, this is a test event, so it's an unprecedented sports event of this magnitude to have a 100% crowd. I was lucky enough to actually attend the Crucible Theatre back in April now, and they had 100% capacity there, but that was only 1,003 people in the theatre. Here, however, there are thousands of people, and people are walking with smiles on their faces. They are so happy to be here, even just to see the queues of people going from Southfields up to the club. It's special. I mean, you've worked here for how many years?
I think this is my 5th championship now, and each one has its own special theme running through it. And because many more people are coming back, Radzi, more famous faces are coming back as well this tournament, and I was pretty lucky. I'm going to say that's why I'm wearing a pretty smart blazer and you're wearing a puffer coat, because I had to go and wait outside the members' enclosure a bit earlier. Speak to Dame Mary Berry. Of course, she's such a pleasure to speak to, and I was actually asking her about her picnic hamper, choices of what she would pack.
What would she pack?
If she came here. She basically said lots of little easy to make things in Tupperware pots that you can take home and wash. She said, I don't really like to bring waste with me. Obviously, sustainability is a key to Mary's packing there. But yeah, I spoke to her earlier. It was lovely. She had her daughter, I think possibly her granddaughter, watching the action on centre court.
She's a proper national treasure, Mary, but actually she's got a Blue Peter gold badge. And she, in fact, you can see from Rachel's hair there, it is pretty windy here. It is pretty windy. The benefits of having an afro is rock solid in all conditions, apart from rain. Then I look like Sideshow Bob. So swings and roundabouts when it comes to the follicular choice, Rach.
It is indeed. But Raz, I've obviously spoken to Dame Mary Berry earlier.
That's what the wind does to you.
It's drying out my mouth. Dame Mary Berry.
Yes.
What have you done this morning? Well, there's been not much action.
OK, what I have been partly doing is taking a look at that view there. What a gorgeous pull focus. Now, is that on the cable cam they're doing that? Now, kudos to whoever's doing that. If that's not on autofocus, get that man a medal, because that's quality right there. Beautiful shots here. It's like the Winter Olympics. Early doors, that's next year in March. But as for us here now, I've been interviewing a number of people, got to go into Southfield and kind of celebrate. You may have seen the VT earlier on. Celebrate, if you like, the special nature of Southfield, which for 50 weeks of the year is simply, if you like, public transport station. But for 2 weeks, it goes from public transport to optimism, to expectation, to anticipation, to so many things. And it's for reasons like that that people get excited. The wind's slightly shaking the shot because it is windy up here, Rach.
It's so windy. It's taking my breath away, quite literally, isn't it? We just heard from it. Can't really get my words out today. But yeah, it's beautiful. It's such a great vantage point as well. We can obviously see centre court behind us and all the great hospitality suites which are there, and the people enjoying their late lunches at the moment, waiting to pop into centre court because we have another ladies' quarter-final about to happen here. Ons Jabeur taking on Aryna Sabalenka. Both these ladies making it through to the quarter-finals for the first time here at the Wimbledon Championship. Both making history in their own way, Radzi.
Yeah, absolutely. The Belarusian, 23 years of age, coming out there to a wonderful reception here. It might be windy outside centre court, but inside they are totally sheltered, and you can see the very generous applause they get, because this could be a special match with two women who want the absolute best from this. So let's join this one for the knockout.
Barty and Ayla Tomljanovic to come a little bit later. First up for us, Ons Jabeur, the Tunisian, and the Belarusian, Aryna Sabalenka. It's Ons Jabeur, 26-year-old from Tunisia, here at a career-high 24th in the world, the 21st seed, up against the second seed,
Welcome.
Sabalenka.
Just a couple of reminders
Miriam
before
Blay
we start.
is the German umpire.
On the two scoreboards here, we have towel rings in each corner. Aryna, can you please use the green one and the purple one for you, Ons? We have electronic line calling in use. If you want to challenge, please be fast, preferably say something. And as you know, there's zero damage to the grass tolerated. Any questions? No? Your choice. It's 10 heads? Heads. Tails it is. Serve. Stay. Purple. Yeah.
Ons Jabeur lost the toss. Sabalenka will serve first. So what of Ons Jabeur? As high as she's ever been as well, 24th in the rankings. One singles title actually on the way here. She won on the grass of Eastbourne in Birmingham a few weeks ago. And this is what she has done at the Grand Slams. Quarter-finalist in Australia, and now for the first time ever a quarter-finalist at Wimbledon. First time a Tunisian has been to the women's quarter-finals. First time an Arab has been to the women's quarter-finals, and here's her trip, and it's been quite a trip. look at those names that she has beaten. Venus Williams, Garbine Muguruza, Iga Swiatek, Grand Slam champions, all of them. The first two, Wimbledon champions. All of them succumbing to Ons Jabeur over the last week or so. What of Aryna Sabalenka? Just 23. Again, as high as she's ever been. So we're about to watch two women here who are feeling absolutely bang on about their tennis at the moment. Never played better. And it's brought them here into a Wimbledon quarter-final on opposite sides of the net. First time, despite her lofty rankings, first time into a Grand Slam. Tracy Austin is sitting alongside. Afternoon, Tracy. This is quite a thing, isn't it, for both of these players?
Good afternoon, Nick. Yes, this is a really terrific contrast of styles out here today for this quarterfinal on center court. Very interesting to see the power of Sabalenka, who's had a pretty tight couple of matches, 2 3-setters.
This is the head-to-head. They've met twice previously and recently. Sabalenka winning on her way to the title on a hard court in Abu Dhabi at the start of the year, and then Jabeur on clay at Roland Garros, the one that was rescheduled for last autumn. And let's another look at Miriam Blake, who is in the umpire's chair today. Let's have a look at these numbers. Both will build their game behind the serves. Sabalenka in particular, lots of the quickest points of all with those aces.
Well, if you want to continue watching that epic women's quarter-final, you can see if Ons Jabeur or Sabalenka will face Pliskova in those semi-finals. That's who is waiting for them. You can watch this match on all the major Wimbledon broadcast partners. Well, right now we're going to head out and about here at SW19 and see who Jenny Drummond has caught up with.
Well, here at Wimbledon 2021, we are celebrating so many wonderful people who have done the most incredible things during COVID-19 pandemic. And joining me now is Sarah Bowen, who is head of costume for the UK National Opera. She has been in the Royal Box soaking up the tennis that's been going on. We'll get onto that in a second. But tell me, first of all about what you did during lockdown, because you were making some scrubs and hats and masks.
Yeah, basically we were in March 2020, we all got sent home. We were about to open shows. We usually make costumes for the opera, English National Opera, and we all got sent to home like everyone else did. We were lucky, we got put on furlough, and we decided to use our skills to make PPE, mainly scrubs, but masks and hats for the NHS, because we heard there was a shortage. We started, there was just 10 of us, the sort of full-time core staff at the E&O, and we expanded. A lot of our freelancers volunteered as well, so by the end there was about 50 of us. We made over 2,000 sets of scrubs, visors, masks, hats, headbands. Our stage crew, and it wasn't just the costume department, the props, stage management, stage crew would deliver the scrubs into the hospitals while they were not working on shows. So yeah, it was amazing.
My goodness, what was the response like to what you were doing? Because I can imagine the NHS would have been extremely grateful, and also for you guys as well, who are on furlough, to be able to contribute.
It was lovely. It was great for us to feel like we were doing something to help, and very different from what we're used to doing as well. The response was amazing, and I think because we're costume people, we put a little twist on our scrubs.
Did you make? What did you add to it?
We got sort of prints, some fancy prints, and we did printed pockets. So They weren't just boring scrubs. We put a little artistic twist on it, a bit of a costume twist on it, and it was brilliant. People, doctors and nurses, put it on social media, and they tagged the E&O and they tagged us, our costume department. So it was great, and it got a great momentum. We had a GoFundMe campaign. We just wanted to raise about £1,000 just to make, you know, I don't know, 50 sets of scrubs, and we ended up raising nearly £30,000, and we had over 4,000 bits of PPE, 2,000 scrubs.
My goodness me, that is quite incredible. And as a thank you, Wimbledon here, the chairman has written to you to ask you and invite you to the Royal Box. Can you tell me a little bit about your experience today?
It's been amazing. I came to Wimbledon about 20 years ago with my mum and my sister. We queued. It's when you used to get a ground pass, and I think you spent £10 and you would wander around, and you know, if you were lucky you got in one of the big courts, but you were happy just to be on one of the smaller courts. And so to be here and be in the Royal Box is amazing. We're super excited because Mary Berry is with us, and we're big cake makers in the costume department, you know, so we're really hoping we can have a chat to her about cakes later as well.
Well, I'm sure you will. Sarah, thank you so much for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day, and for you and your team and whatever you've done during the pandemic. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
So Angelique Kerber, the favourite here, but only by 2% according to those statistics. This is all the makings of a special quarter-final match. Angelique Kerber, the number 25 seed, faces Karolina Pliskova, the 19th seed, and the 2018 Wimbledon champion. So much experience here. Fortunately for us, the show courts are continuing to show action regardless of the weather outside, but hopefully the action can really hot up on court number 1.
Czech has already won on this court, number 1 court, Karolina Pliskova. She's safely through to the semi-finals here for the first time. Up next, Angelique Kerber, the only previous champion left in the draw, against another Czech, another Karolina Pliskova, number 4 Czech, ranked 22 in the world. There's been a lot of heavy showers around SW19 today, so they've decided to keep the roof shut. So this, like the first match on number 1 court, will be an indoor match. I'm Chris Bradnam. I'm sitting alongside 9 times from 12 finals former champion here, Martina Navratilova. Hi, Martina.
Good afternoon, Chris.
One to look forward to. You're part of the world originally.
Yeah. I was just thinking, you know, if Czech Republic or Czechoslovakia then had been a democracy, I would have been a Czech. But I left, so all my titles are as an American. But I definitely have a soft spot in my heart for the Czech players here.
Pierre Bacci of France for the spin of the coin. Backstage, both had pretty pensive faces. They still do. Big day.
Any questions? Head tense. Heads. Heads. Receive. Good match.
Pliskova going to receive first, is that right?
Yeah, I think women are picking that these days. Certainly wouldn't have been the case with me. I always wanted to get ahead and get myself going. But these days I figure, well, if I'm nervous, then if the other person holds, then I didn't lose anything. We're still on serve, so try to take advantage of the newness of the situation, I guess.
19th seed against the 25th. 16 seeds were out by the 3rd round in the women's draw. It remains anyone can win almost within about 15 to 20 players.
It's been open, wide open from the beginning, and now again we have 8 quarterfinalists. All 8 quarterfinalists have not been in the quarterfinals at the French Open 2 weeks ago. So that's how unpredictable the women's tour has been for a long time.
So 24 years old, 5'11" is 1m80. The singles title was in Seoul a couple of years ago, beat Magda Linette of Poland in the final. She's just 3 off her career high of May this year. And of course, aided and abetted after that by the first major semi-final down under at the start of the year, the Australian Open, of course. She beat Ostapenko, Bartel, Pliskova, number 6 in the world, Mertens, former semi-finalist there before losing to the American Jennifer Brady, 6-4 in the third. So a real breakthrough.
3 minutes.
That's for sure. And a quarter-finalist here 2 years ago. Lost in the qualies the year before that. So terrific effort for this 24-year-old. And just the 1-3 set match along the way. And some good wins too.
Yeah, her game transfers beautifully for the grass. This is only her second Wimbledon ever, and both times she's made it to the quarterfinals, and she's not done yet. She has to feel that she has Karolina has to feel that she's got a good opportunity here against Kerber.
Angelique Kerber, 9 years older, 16 years older than her opponent yesterday, Coco Goth. Seeded 25, ranked 28, of course, number 1 in the world in September 16. That amazing year, 3 major finals, winning 2 of them. Following year, she finished that year at number 1. The following year at 21. It's sort of tough backing up such a great year.
Yeah, she's been a bit of a not secret, but what do you call it? You just can't figure out which one is going to show up, and it's almost a year by year. She has a really great year or a very marginal year. It's not just that she had a bad week or a bad month. Angelique seems to go in long spurts. Is it a great year or not such a good year?
Played very well yesterday, Martina. I don't know whether you managed to see much of Kerber's match against Coco Goth. It was windy, which I think really helped her on centre court, but she rolled back the years. She looked like the Kerber that won here 3 years ago.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, where has this Kerber been? Because she looked exactly the same she did when she won here. Playing really well, moving well. I thought she was sitting on her back foot a little too much, getting down. You know, that typical shot that she hits off her knees. I think she was settling into that crouch a little too much, but it paid off. She kept the ball low against Coco Goth and ran down enough balls, changed the direction of the ball beautifully, and never wavered. It was actually her easiest match, time-wise, of the tournament. Yeah. Shortest match, anyway.
Yeah, 16 minutes.
Thirty seconds.
Well, you can continue watching that match and all the Wimbledon major broadcast partners. It's set up to be an absolute cracker. Mukova, she actually is a massive Grand Slam player. She's been at Wimbledon in the quarterfinals twice before, a semi-finalist in the Australian Open as well, and obviously going up against a former champion here at Wimbledon in Angelique Kerber. But look at the weather. We predicted it, didn't we? We said the heavens would open, and look at the rain that has hit us here in southwest London. At the moment, it is pretty torrential. We have the wind as well, so it's sideways rain here at Wimbledon. Oh, look at the fans out on Hemman Hill. Hardy fans. Everyone's got a brolly up. That lady there walking across your shot, she's still got the pims. She's still trying to have a nice day out here. She's got the day off work to come here, I'm sure. It's a Tuesday afternoon, isn't it? But even rain on the camera there at the back of Hemman Hill. Just looking at the scenes here, what the guests have been, I'm going to use the word treated lightly, treated to rain, but hopefully it will stop. It's meant to be about half an hour, this rain, and then we'll get, fingers crossed, some play on the outside courts, which looks like big green domes at the moment. They're blustering everywhere. But let's go over to Jenny Drummond, who's still braving the weather for us out and about around the grounds.
Well, I have two very special people joining me now who have come down from the Royal Box after an incredible match earlier on today. Mary Strutt and Rosemary Waddy, who are both volunteers for St John Ambulance. Both very different stories to tell me. Indeed, first of all, Mary, you have volunteered for St John Ambulance for about 3 years now. Can you tell me a little bit about what you were doing during the pandemic?
Yes, so during the pandemic, I've had loads of different roles. Thinking right back to when it first started, like so many of our volunteers, I signed up in whatever way I could help. So that meant I got sent to Nightingale at the London Excel Centre, and I was a clinical support worker there for a month, helping out on the ward there in whatever way I could. And then since then, I retrained and qualified as emergency ambulance crew within St John. And since then, I've been doing frontline 999 shifts to support the local ambulance services down around Southampton. And currently, I am part of the vaccination efforts. So I'm what they call a vaccination volunteer lead. So I'm currently managing about 200 volunteers for St John who are going out and about delivering the vaccines and helping out supporting the vaccine centres.
My goodness me, you are giving back in the most incredible ways, but so is the lady standing next to you as well. Now, Rosemary, you've got a bit of a different story because you've been to Wimbledon a few times before, haven't you?
I regularly come here and do 2 weeks, and the atmosphere is so good that a lot of St John people will actually take 2 weeks annual leave just to come here and provide first aid cover, because it is such a wonderful event, and the All England Club treat us so well. They really look after us, and we love coming here.
And the pandemic for you, what was your role specifically? Because it was a little bit different to what you did here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in St John many years and I've retired, so I was working as a support person, but with the events not being able to go on because of the pandemic, I've changed over to being logistics, and I've been working down in the Guildford hub, looking after 9 ambulances that have been going out and assisting the NHS with their work and making sure that all the equipment is there and up to date and present, and just generally supporting us, supporting the NHS.
Well, you're both very busy bees, that's for sure. Now, Mary, obviously you ran through just there what exactly you do. How special is it now to be here at Wimbledon with a big thank you and going into the Royal Box?
Absolutely amazing. I remember I was in the gym when I first got the email through from someone from St John saying, "Oh, we've got some tickets, like we'd love to invite you." I was blown away. I couldn't word a reply to them. I was just like, oh my goodness, yes. And just I can't put into words how amazing it is to be here and to meet up with some absolutely amazing people as well in the Royal Box that have given so much in this past year as well. It's absolutely amazing to be able to come here and just to celebrate everyone's efforts and all the contributions that everyone's made in the past year.
Absolutely, it's certainly been a tough year. And Rosemary, for you who's been here for so many years, Wimbledon didn't happen last year and now you're in the Royal Box.
When I got that email, I thought, very convincing spoof, forget it. Nah. And I went and said, anyone know who this person is? Oh yeah, they're genuine, I will read it. Wow, because I think this is the first time that St John has actually been given the special recognition of being in the Royal Box. And, you know, I think it is a very good for St John to be recognised in this way. And, you know, thank you very much. It's going to be a wonderful day. We're only halfway through it.
Absolutely. You've got so much more tennis to come. Well, ladies, thank you so much. You're two extremely special people and you absolutely deserve your day in the Royal Box today. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to them for inviting us. Thank you.
Welcome to Wimbledon Lessons, brought to you by Sipsmith Gin. Now, this place has witnessed a fair share of drama over the years, none more so than in 2012, when a young Rufus the Hawk, the official pigeon scarer, was hawk-napped. The theft caused global outcry and many sleepless nights for those who knew him. I myself slept like a baby, but I didn't know him that well, just through friends, really. The story does, however, have a happy ending. Rufus was found 3 days later on Wimbledon Common, healthy, fit, with a slightly sore leg. So let's raise a glass of perfectly poured gin and tonic to Rufus. Quite right.
Wimbledon's most juicy moments. Wave goodbye to those points. What a juicy trick! More like trickster. You should have offered Harold Robinson's. Definitely.
It's incredible because you get to experience it in a completely unique view. It's the best seat in the house. You get such an incredible view of the match.
It was back in 2018. We were on centre court. The doubles game was going on.
They gave me the racket first. I don't know what to do with it because I've never played tennis before. You can see in the clip, like, I'm looking around like, should I be standing here? And then the world's most competitive ball boy scored the point to end the match.
But I still feel bad for Morgan a bit about how short I cut the time on court. So it was pretty special to then hear the whole crowd.
Yeah, the whole crowd
get up and go crazy.
Yeah. So you hear a lot of cheers as a ball kid, but that none of them are ever really for you unless you like catch a ball. The reaction it got online was immense. Yeah. How many views did it have? 6
million.
6 million views on social media.
Best seats in the house, pretty much. Yeah, best seats in the house.
Wimbledon is a traditional championships, but there's so much technology hidden behind the scenes. There are around 120 broadcast cameras around Wimbledon's grounds, broadcasting to a global audience of around 1 billion. The movement of the players and the ball is tracked around the court by 10 different cameras, tracking 50 frames a second. There's the sensors in the roof that track the humidity, the sensor on the net cord, the LED displays showing the score and the speed of serve. There's the data entry system capturing stats from all the matches. There are 110 miles of television cable running around the grounds. But we hide as much of the technology as we can. It's about being able to stay true to our original ideal, tennis in an English garden.
It's Wimbledon, my favourite 2 weeks of the year.
Maybe for you, but there's people everywhere. Careful around the grass. Excuse me. Hello, please don't run. Don't run.
It's okay, Blade. We've trained for this.
Wimbledon is the only Grand Slam tennis event played on grass courts. So my family and I get taken care of all year round by a team of ground staff to make sure we're the perfect size, shape and condition when the players arrive.
It's not all about the grass, though. Let's explore the grounds and check out some more of Wimbledon's unique traditions. Keep up! Where else to start than here? The gates to the grounds on one side and the home of the famous queue. Every day, we welcome 42,000 people into Wimbledon, and some of those have queued for hours to get in on the day. People even camp overnight with their families and friends to get the best tickets. The queue has become a part of the Championship's history. It's been going since 1920. That's about as long as we've been waiting for Blade to catch up.
What did I miss?
Not much yet. Off we go! Whee! Ever noticed how everyone at Wimbledon wears white? That's not a coincidence, it's a rule. Right, Blade?
I, for one, love rules.
It gets very hot and sticky out here on centre court, so a long, long time ago, white clothing was introduced to hide players' sweat.
Not off-white, not cream, white. It's just another thing that makes Wimbledon so unique. And around here, we enforce the rules pretty strictly, you know.
Even I used to wear white. I only started wearing yellow in the 1980s, so people could see me better on TV. Here on centre court, our players are presented with the trophies. They're as old as the tournament itself, so they're an important part of Wimbledon's history.
The trophies have been around since the 1880s. The gentleman's singles trophy is made of gold and the ladies' is silver. Both the trophies are engraved with the names of lots and lots of champions down the years. And the men's trophy even has a pineapple on the top.
Where should we go next?
I know. Let's check out The Hill. One of my favourite spots at Wimbledon. Thousands of people pack out this spot to watch the big matches if they don't have tickets for centre or number 1 court. It has lots of different names, but me and my family call it our living room. We get to stay here all year round.
It can get pretty crazy out here. Some of the best matches in history have been watched here. Next stop. It's a long day at Wimbledon, so it's important to enjoy the local cuisine, and ours is particularly delicious. Strawberries and cream are my favourite. People have been enjoying them around these parts since before they even started playing tennis. The fruit is hand-picked each morning, and a typical tournament can see us go through nearly 200,000 portions. That's a lot of strawberry. You hungry, Blade?
Well, I only eat soil.
We don't serve that.
I'll just get a glass of water for now, please. That's okay.
I hope you've enjoyed our tour around the grounds. As you can see, we love Wimbledon's traditions. Hopefully we can see you here in person someday soon. Say goodbye, Blade.
Goodbye, Blade. Goodbye.
My name is Grace, and I come from Singapore. I wanted to come to Wimbledon because I wanted to see centre court and Federer, because both of them are iconic. So it's like, whoa, if I could come here, it will be awesome.
The Championships, fondly known as Wimbledon, is one of the world's oldest sporting events. Among its many unique qualities are its fans, who travel from far and wide to be part of the magic. These are the stories of their pursuits. Heralded for its dedication to tradition, the grass courts, the white uniforms, and of course, the queue. A time-old ritual that since the gates on Church Road opened in 1922 has given spectators the most incredible opportunity. Arrive on the doorsteps of SW19 without a ticket, and the very next day you can be on centre court, a stadium like no other. Wimbledon every year delivers this opportunity, the dream of many tennis fans around the world.
I started planning to make my way to Wimbledon. It's a long distance between Singapore and London. I got really excited, but I was a bit scared as well. I spoke to a friend who's been here before, and they were like, just go to the queue. If you were willing to invest your time, you can definitely get good tickets.
The queue is not just a line. Camping is encouraged and even organised by the event staff, taking the simple act of waiting and turning it into something much more. Everyone who puts in the time and energy has the same access to great seats as top-paying fans, no matter who you are or where you're from.
Back in Singapore, we don't really do camping a lot. It makes it a little bit more intriguing for me. That's what drew me to be in the queue for 2 nights. I YouTube how to set the tent up and what should I bring. Everybody in the queue was so nice and so friendly, and everyone's just really excited, and it's very nice to get to see like-minded people because they're here for the same reason as yourself. I never thought I'll be here and getting tickets into center court. When we walk in through the grounds, it's just like a dream come true. When I'm sitting in center court, the feeling is just unreal. I just can't believe I'm inside. And this whole adrenaline just rushes through me. And sometimes I don't even know what I'm doing. Grass courts are not common in Singapore. The general excitement and passion for coming in is just, you can just feel it. The people that I meet here come from all walks of life. Conversations come and you make friends, and it opens me up to how people live in different countries, which would be fundamentally quite different from Singapore. This is what excites me because I stand for diversity. So I'm actually looking forward to the Pride Parade today. I truly believe in it, and I don't get that in Singapore. Travel is extremely important to me because when I talk to people, I understand what they are, who they are, and I feel like it enriches me as a person. I grow as I talk and understand where people come from. It just increases my horizon.
It may be a British quirk, but Wimbledon's queue is much more than just a spectator's quest. It's a place where optimism is rewarded, and the shared experience of the journey brings people together like no other major sporting event. While the biggest names in tennis chase greatness on the court, the fans in the queue embody a similar value as they meet to celebrate that pursuit.
At Wimbledon, it's amazing, and because of the queue, I was able to catch matches 5 rows from the grass court. It's very exciting for me to come around here. I realized that Wimbledon itself is just quite magical. The feeling hits you and you just keep wanting to come back.
The wait is finally over. We're live at Wimbledon and it's looking like a glorious day.
Come on, you're missing it!
Here we are at Wimbledon and the grass is looking as immaculate as ever.
Just 15 years of age. Her very first Wimbledon.
Oh, hey, where's the strawberries?
We're out.
You cannot be serious.
We're championship points.
Well, that is live coverage of Court 2. Things really have gotten from bad to worse there. No, it's not. It's a gorgeous lake there and people taking to rowing. That's what happens when the rain comes out. The tennis temporarily stops on the outside courts and people enjoy water sports, Rach. But I have to say, as for us here at Wimbledon, the weather is so volatile, things can change in an instant. That's Hemon Hill looking a little bit sparse. It's still a little bit overcast here. It is that fine rain that Peter Kay absolutely loves and we possibly resent when it comes to grass court tennis. But we're keeping our fingers crossed, Rachel.
Oh, we are indeed. We're still on court number 1 roof. Looking behind us, like Radzi just said, the rain is stopping, just as our meteorologist said it would. He's very good at predicting the weather, isn't he, that chap? But the court covers are on still behind us. You can't quite see the green of them blowing in the wind. People are out and about, though, as we'd hope, still braving this British summertime, let's call it that. We've got to, haven't we? But look at that. That is the pictures, the scenes here at Wimbledon this afternoon. But they're hopeful, aren't they, that we'll get a bit of action later on, because the ground staff, they work so hard over this fortnight with all the ground team to get the covers on and off as quickly as possible, make sure the grass is in perfect condition when the weather allows us to get some tennis action in.
And just a reminder, when you see those sort of bubbles on the courts, the process for getting the covers down is they're inflated with air, and so they'll be if you like, deflated, and then they'll be rolled off the court. The court coverers are always ready and raring to go. That is their job. They are just literally waiting for weather updates. And when they're given the nod, they cover it. So they will be rolled off the court. And then it's an assessment process. Sometimes the courts have to be dried with blowers. Other times they're given a little bit of a trim just to take the moisture out. Then the lines might be re-administered with paint. There is a little bit of a process, but it's about half an hour to go from courts official or bubble officially down, covers off, and then play continuing. So we're always half an hour away, essentially, from hoping that play might begin.
How do you know so much about what happens on court, Radzia? Have you worked here before?
Oh, I've spent many an hour on these courts, Rach. Me and these courts go... No, it's because at Queen's a couple of weeks back, I got to speak to the ground staff there and find out the process. And because we had bad weather there, I got to know them somewhat intimately. And so, yes, it was a really interesting experience.
Yeah, exactly. Well, what did start yesterday, actually, was the girls and boys singles championships here at the All England Club, which is pretty exciting, Razzie, because it's kind of where we get to see the next generation of stars, like, take to a Grand Slam tournament, all for experience, I'm going to say, and getting some world ranking points as well. They don't take home any prize money, but it's just about coming to an event like this, getting experience of playing some of the best juniors in the world and seeing what they're made of, really, because it is youngsters. Tell us about the kind of the age range of the people that compete in the boys and girls tournaments.
So they're between 14 and 18 years old, and they really are world class. They often describe them as being almost just beneath the world class of seniors, but the standard and calibre that they're playing at, the speed they hit the ball at, really is frightening. As Rachel kind of adumbrated there, it's the experience. You talk about at Olympic Games, you might take a young person not to compete, but just to experience and drink in the occasion, and that's what this is about to say. I've competed here. It might be a small crowd, but it's still a crowd. You're still at Wimbledon, and so many people have come through that to have really good careers here.
Shall I give you a little quiz if I said a couple of names? So,
please.
10 years ago,
yes,
a female still competing in the main draw, one in 2011. Who was it? When she won Wimbledon Girls?
That's the year of Ashley Barty.
Correct.
Wimbledon Girls.
It was Ashley Barty.
It was Ashley Barty?
Yeah.
Done.
OK, next. Federer, when did he win? He's still in the draw. Juniors?
Oh, juniors. 2000. He's 40 next month. So let's go 97.
8.
Oh!
Another one who's still in it.
You don't have your compendium either.
In my head. Denis Shapovalov.
Yes.
He won as well.
Okay.
Boys singles title. What year did he win in?
That's an easy one, Rach. I remember it vividly. That was in 2012.
No, it's 2016. The Murray
okay.
Won gentleman's single because they obviously faced off against each other a couple of nights ago. And then Fuskovic, he also won the title. What year did he win it as a junior?
I was a junior. I recall being sat in the craft that one. It vividly imprinted into my memory bank, Rach. That wasn't that long. That was 2015, actually, that one.
No, that was 2010. But the point I was making there is 4 players still in the main draw here.
Yes.
Still trying to get their hands on the trophy. Actually came through the ranks here and won the junior titles and, have gone on to make quarterfinals. And there's a couple, aren't there, of really great junior Brits as well, ranked top 20 in the world, and one hasn't played a game so far. It's Jack Pinnington-Jones. He's still yet to play his first match here at Wimbledon. The other one, Matilda Mutovic, she actually won her first round match yesterday in quite convincing style.
What's remarkable is these are names which may sound unfamiliar to you now, but just like Rachel said, roll on 10 years. These could be household names. You talk about another Jack Draper, who got to the final here at Wimbledon. Unfortunately, he didn't win, but he did manage to take a set off Novak Djokovic this week. And so you think these really are the future.
Well, Emma Raducanu as well.
Thank you very much, yes.
Quarter-finalist as well. In the
same year.
Yeah, in the junior girls, I think twice, actually. So she's come through the ranks here at the All England Club as well. And we probably didn't really take much notice then. I hate to say that. I'm going to hold my hands up. But now everyone is taking notice of Emma. And we do wish her all the best of luck as well as she kind of gets back to full health and fitness. We're still not quite sure entirely what happened yesterday, but she was a great breakout star. But let's have a little look behind us so you can see exactly where we are on the roof of Court 1. Let's have a little look, Rads. What's going on at the moment? Still not much play. Woo! Hey, give us a wave.
These shots are absolutely gorgeous, it has to be said. Absolutely gorgeous. And that's another part, by the way. We mentioned the juniors. You've got to navigate your way through the weather that the grass court season provides, and so they're having to do that. And we're never going to get bored of that wire cam shot. It's never going to happen. We mentioned young people. It would be lovely if, as a young player, you had somebody you could look up to, somebody who perhaps one of your parents might happen to have unbelievable experience. And what about the son of Bjorn Borg, the legend?
He's here, isn't he? Leo Borg as well. Only 18 years old. And actually, he only started playing tennis age 14. So 4 years ago.
He's got ice in his veins as well. He inherited it.
Ridiculous story to have a father who's come here and actually won the championship.
Yes.
Just phenomenal to have someone like that to look up to. I think it's actually 41 years since he last won a title as well. So
41.
Could he go and kind of replicate that on a... It's not really an anniversary. We're going to say it is a 41st year anniversary.
So
Maybe.
He has absolutely no recollection with even 20... He was born 20 years after his father got a victory. But that flag kind of tells a little bit of the story. As well as the rain, we've also got a fair bit of wind. And as I say that, it drops because it goes from windy to just still.
You know what I'd like to be doing in weather like this?
Go on.
Having a gin.
Oh, this is good. That would be good to get the spirits up, Rach.
Because I think Jenny Drummond is doing just that. I'm pretty jealous.
Well, doesn't this look fantastic? It is brand new to Wimbledon 2021. It is, of course, Sipsmith. They are the first official gin partner of the championships, and I can't tell you how delighted I am to be joined by the co-founders, Fairfax and Sam. Now, guys, can you just tell me, Fairfax, first of all, how special this relationship is between Wimbledon and Sipsmith?
It's amazing. I mean, honestly, I would say this is the pinnacle of our 12-year history. Wimbledon for me is just, it's everything about the English summer. It's as good as it gets, and to have the Wimbledon team say that they think that Sipsmith is good enough to stand alongside in that pursuit of excellence with our uncompromising quality, I mean, that just does it for me, so couldn't be happier.
This is the first championships for you guys. How is it going so far?
Well, I've just been pinching myself from the beginning, even when the ink was drying, to now day 8. It's just been astonishing. But I think what we've said to ourselves is this is not about this championship or even the next one. I think what we're hopeful of is that this is a relationship that will endure and real longevity, great vision for quality and uncompromising quality at that for a long time to come. So this is not just 1 or 2 years. It's going to go the whole way.
Absolutely, and something that's quite special to this year, obviously, even though it's a brand new partnership, is you have a specific Wimbledon gin, the Strawberry Smash.
We do.
Guys, this is wonderful. Tell me about it.
Well, we harvested from the Kulo strawberry farm the 2020 strawberries that were destined originally for Wimbledon, which was cancelled. We took them and we have made what's called a Strawberry Smash gin. That's the Strawberry Smash one. And we've taken our London Dry gin and we've distilled with it some of these wonderful strawberries of Kulo and made a very subtle but very distinctive classic underbase of gin with a gin that's just so remarkable and stunning. And I don't think it's the last time we're going to see it.
No, I definitely don't think it will be. It's going down very well. How was it tasting it? How was the tasting situation? Was it great fun?
It was amazing. I mean, what's not to love about developing new gins? But this is like Sipsmith style. It's all about being classic. It's about a classic quintessential London Dry. So with the strawberry, we didn't want it to be a kind of in-your-face, sort of sticky, overly sweet drink. So it's a classic London Dry, but just has that hint of strawberry to it, which is just right.
Well, we're here over in the Pergola Bar. What's it like when you now walk in here? Because it is all decorated with Sipsmith everything. What does that feel like?
Well, I mean, I think you need to ask some of the members, actually, because those people that were used to it before in the previous seasons to now, they've come and they can't believe it, we can't believe it. We put a huge amount in. I mean, I think with Sipsmith we leave no stone unturned. It's all about the attention to detail. And we brought Mr. Swan in over here from our advert, the history, and we really brought it to life with the intricate detail, even to the fans and the tennis rackets and the fans. That's the kind of detail that we've got to go to. And I think will help this partnership endure and make it really distinctive. So, Pergola Bar, this is where it's at.
I know, I was going to say, guys, all this chat is getting very
I know, are you kidding?
I think it's about time. But we pour a little gin, hey?
Yeah, let's do that. How am I, we'll do 2 or 3 here. We'll start with this 2 here. I think it all depends on how your day's been, about how strong you decide to have it.
I'm Glaswegian. I think that's it.
Okay, right, so...
here we go.
Here we go, look at that. Absolutely first class.
Couple of strawberries. Boom, got a little stirrer.
Here we go.
Maybe a swan stirrer.
Oh, yes.
Bit of jazz on that.
Got to give it a good old zhuzh.
There we go, there we go.
Are you going to join us? All of the point. Yeah, well, there you go. You have that.
Well, I'll tell you what, I might just have a can.
Yeah.
I mean, these
For
are
the sake of convenience.
Wow, you can get them on our Sipsmith truck.
The truck is over the other pergola area right by Court 1 as well, behind Court 14, so you can go and check that out too. But all that's left to say, guys, is cheers, bottoms up.
Cheers.
Welcome to Wimbledon Lessons, brought to you by Sipsmith Gin. Now, this place has witnessed a fair share of drama over the years, none more so than in 2012, when a young Rufus the Hawk, the official pigeon scarer, was hawk-napped. The theft caused global outcry and many sleepless nights for those who knew him. I myself slept like a baby, but I didn't know him that well, just through friends, really. The story does, however, have a happy ending. Rufus was found 3 days later on Wimbledon Common, healthy, fit, with a slightly sore leg. So let's raise a glass of perfectly poured gin and tonic to Rufus. Quite right.
Well, it's time now to catch up with some of the action which happened earlier on today at Wimbledon. It was the first match in the women's quarter-final between Karolina Pliskova and Victoria Kulavich, and Pliskova took that one 6-2, 6-2 in the end to book herself a spot in the semi-finals. Let's catch up with the highlights from that matchup right now.
Yeah, nice play from Kulavich. Oh, just long. Bit of movement around the court as some latecomers take their seats, but Kulavich will serve at 1-2.
Oh, what a pickup! Got a little smile out of Pliskova after that get. Oh, she's 6'1", isn't known for her footwork around the court, but those long, big strides gets the job done for her.
Oh, good movement again from Pliskova. She's fast around the grass this afternoon. Oh, and an equally successful pass on the forehand wing this time. Oh, she's dumped the overhead in the net. 3 break points for Pliskova here.
Love, 40.
Peppering the lines, both players. Pliskova gets the break.
Pliskova leads 4-2 first set.
I don't think she could have hit that backhand cross-court any better, but kept her eyes on the ball for this smash. Could have been very awkward, had a little bit of help.
Time to spare for Pliskova. Oh, magnificent from Pliskova. Too much.
First set, Pliskova.
Pliskova takes the opener in 37 minutes.
Ooh.
Clean winner.
Oh, so good.
Game, Pliskova.
Pliskova is a set and a break in front.
Well, Kulavich is a classy-looking player, but she's just not able to really hurt Pliskova out here.
Tennis.
Best point of the match.
Jeeves.
Oh, I didn't think this was such a bad shot from Kulavich, but what a get from Pliskova. On full stretch here, she finds her way past her opponent.
Yeah, just stroked away by Pliskova. She's really disciplined out here this afternoon.
Yeah, she's looked dialed in, focused from the very first point. Very businesslike.
Game, Pliskova.
A rocket at 111 miles per hour.
Yeah, that is what makes her so effective, when she looks to take time away from her opponent.
Oh, nice touch. Oh, and Pliskova's slipped. But she's fine. Getting on for 10 minutes for this game now.
Advantage, Pliskova.
Oh, clever, clever. Oh, how well did she do to turn that point around?
Coach and husband on their feet.
Advantage, Pliskova.
Pliskova has her second match point. Not yet. Kulavich has more to offer. Plenty of class on display there from Karolina Plishkeva. And Karolina Pliskova is in the Wimbledon semi-finals.
She sets to love 6-2, 6-2.
A really entertaining match on court one to start the day. And Pliskova emerges victorious after a very disciplined display.
Quarter final. Hubert, thank you so much for coming to speak to us. Can you just tell me how big a moment this really is for you?
I mean, it feels so special to be in the quarterfinal, to compete, to be in the semifinal. So I mean, super special, and really enjoy the moment and try to make the most of it.
How tough was it on court today? Obviously, you had to postpone the match overnight. You had to go back to bed, to the locker room with it all on your brain against the world number 2. How tough was that to come back today?
I think actually like the break could have helped me a bit to reset. I knew I wasn't doing like all the things as good as I can yesterday, so had a talk with my coach CB, and I was just trying to improve those things today and work on a couple of things to get better and have a chance today.
Well, towards the end of the 5th set, at what point did you realise this match was about to be your biggest win of your career?
I mean, until the end, like I was trying to fight for every single point. Obviously, like playing against Daniil, it's super competitive and amazing player. So it's you always have to be like on top of your game, on top of your mental game. So I was just trying to compete for every single point, and then at the end it happened.
It happened indeed, and you gave a lovely interview on the court at the end as well, in front of all the crowd. And I know that obviously you play Roger Federer next, who is a crowd favourite here at Wimbledon, but I think you won over some fans there. Do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully maybe a couple of them, so will be cheering for me tomorrow.
For sure, but obviously Roger Federer tomorrow, he is someone that you respect hugely, someone who you love of the game. What do you think about that match?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, playing Roger, you need to be on top of your game. You need to be playing really well. So that would be like super special for me to play against him. And yeah, I'll just try my best.
I'm sure you will, and we can't wait to see that. Well done today. Enjoy the moment for as much as you can right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Welcome to Wimbledon Lessons, brought to you by Sipsmith Gin. Now, this place has witnessed a fair share of drama over the years, none more so than in 2012, when a young Rufus the Hawk, the official pigeon scarer, was hawk-napped. The theft caused global outcry and many sleepless nights for those who knew him. I myself slept like a baby, but I didn't know him that well, just through friends, really. The story does, however, have a happy ending. Rufus was found 3 days later on Wimbledon Common, healthy, fit, with a slightly sore leg. So let's raise a glass of perfectly poured gin and tonic to Rufus. Quite right.
I remember every paper had that image of me speaking to the Chelsea pensioner on the front cover, and I remember going to Waitrose to do a shop, and I'm like, oh my god, this is so weird. I just remember coming off court, and I remember these two gentlemen there, they were just asking for a photo, so I was like, okay, you know, and then I think I took maybe the selfie, oh, I can't remember. They were just there, and they were super lovely, and I think probably because I saw the red outfit, probably I didn't even recognize that they were Chelsea pensioners, that I was more like, ooh, I can see them, they're bright, I know where to go. But they were lovely. Going into my quarterfinal against Simone, I just remember it being an incredibly high-level match. What was very unique is that was the first time I played on centre with the roof closed, and so the acoustics were very different. It was a lot more energetic, it was a lot louder. It was definitely one of the more memorable matches I've had on centre court.
There is this enormous sense of responsibility to deliver. It's been so successful, the 142 years prior to me arriving, you just don't want anything to go wrong on your shift. 4 weeks out from the tournament, I probably have 2 hours sleep. As soon as I wake up, my mind is completely racing. I used to think that as a negative, but if I'm not waking up, thinking about the championships, wanting it to be perfect, then it's time for me to move on. Grass is a living organism. By the time we get around to the championships, it comes under so much stress. It's on the threshold of living or dying, and that's the balancing act that we do. I see myself as more of a custodian of the court, and it's almost like a snapshot of time. You're given a period of the championships to manage and then pass on. There's nothing else out there that compares to a tennis court at the All England Club. We always think we can do better. As long as we keep thinking that, then I think we'll keep on improving.
Great match.
I agree, Bounce.
Blade, I didn't see you down there. Why don't you pull up a chair and join me? Now that play is over for the day, what should we watch next?
Oh, well, there's an interesting documentary on soil patterns.
How about a film of the funniest moments in Wimbledon history?
Are you sure? This documentary is supposed to be really interesting.
Yeah, Blade, I think this is more our kind of movie. Here, trust me, you'll enjoy it.
Okay. Oh, it's my cousins.
Shh, Blade, the movie's about to start. You know how lucky we are to get so close to the matches here at Wimbledon? Sometimes, if the fans are really, really lucky, they can get as close as us. Like this spectator. He got so close, he had to save Serena Williams.
Just don't step on the grass!
And David Beckham got to meet me. Can you keep a secret, Blade?
Well, as long as it doesn't get me in trouble.
Sometimes, if you're really lucky, you might even get invited onto the court. This was back in 2017 in the Ladies' Invitational Doubles, and one of the fans caught Kim Clijster's attention and, well, just watch this.
He shouldn't be on the court! He's not wearing white clothes! This is in violation of so many rules! Bounce! There's something wrong with the TV! This is in slow motion.
They can't play without me! Ah, there I am.
Where in the rule book is that?
At Wimbledon, you have to have your wits about you 100% of the time. Not even our roofs could keep that out.
He got hit by his own teammate.
Wait for it.
Twice! And that's why I like to stay on the ground. So, documentary? Goody. So, the first thing you need to know about the soil at Wimbledon is the softness. It's like sort of mulch and it's brown, but it also goes...
The wait is finally over. We're live at Wimbledon and it's looking like a glorious day.
Come on, you're missing it!
We are at Wimbledon, and the grass is looking as immaculate as ever.
Just 15 years of age. Her very first Wimbledon.
Get that! Oh, hey, where are the strawberries?
We're out.
You cannot be serious.
With championship points.
The roof is on. Centre court crowd has been entertained by this quarter-final. We join it now with Aryna Sabalenka, the second seed, 6-4 and 5-3 up against Ons Jabeur, and she is serving for the match. We'll join the commentators.
Love.
It's a question of not thinking about the semifinals, just thinking about the next point. Really impressed with Sabalenka, how focused she's been throughout. No dips whatsoever.
Slip.
Down. Goes back where it's a little green still. It's in the brown patches that you get better traction.
She's got it. The face of somebody who's not ready to pack her bags just yet.
You would want to leave center court.
30-40. Advantage, Sabalenka.
Match point. Biggest point of her young life so far. Super-powered Sabalenka. 6-4, 6-3. A Wimbledon semi-finalist for the first time ever. Too much power in the end for Jabeur. But the sharing of the smiles over the net between them. But it is Belarus who can celebrate its own significant slice of tennis history. They have Aryna Sabalenka in the last 4 at Wimbledon.
That was a wonderful display of controlled power from Sabalenka. And Ons Jabeur, yes, she deserves a big hand. She has had a fantastic Wimbledon, given so many fans so much pleasure with her crafty game. She'll have others. Just broken through, but I think the best is still yet to come.
Probably feel that she never really got to play her best game today, was never allowed to. Aryna Sabalenka was that good. And she is through to a semi-final against the Czech Karolina Pliskova, having won through in 74 minutes, 6-4, 6-3. And she's about to have a chat with Lee McKenzie.
Well, Aryna, huge congratulations. It was always going to be a tough battle out here today, but that was certainly a performance of reaching your first Wimbledon semi-final. How does that feel?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm really happy with this win. It's always tough matches against Ons, and she's such a great player, amazing person, so it's tough to play against her. And I'm really happy that I could win her today. And guys, you make this place special. Thank you so much for your support. The atmosphere was unbelievable today. Thank you.
And you have worked so hard on your game for this surface. It's not a surface that everybody is used to, but it must be days like this when it all just seems to work that rewards the hard work that you've put in.
Well, I'm happy that from the side it looks like everything is working for me. But yeah, sometimes it's really tricky. Shots on the grass, it's sometimes tough to do anything with the ball, but I'm really happy that I'm still here on the tournament, and somehow I find a way to win matches here. And yeah, the surface, it's amazing, and it fits amazing my game, and I'm really enjoying every second on the court.
Well, the next round, I don't know if you know who you have, but you have Karolina Pliskova. That is someone that you have played before, you actually have a good record against, but again, it's going to be a huge battle.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what happened in the past. In tennis, you never know, especially on WTA Tour, what's going to happen. But yeah, it's going to be a tough match. She's a great player, serving well, and her game also fits really well on the grass, so it's going to be tough, but I'm really looking forward for this match, and I'll do everything I can to win that one.
Well, enjoy your day. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Really lovely smile and wave there from Aryna Sabalenka. And a really commanding performance from her against Ons Jabeur on centre court. Many people thought that she might struggle to deal with the variety that Jabeur brings to her game from the baseline, all those drop shots, the forehand and backhand slice, variety on the serve. But Sabalenka produced a assured performance, not to be distracted by a slightly different opponent in terms of the style of play today. And she's through to the Wimbledon semi-finals with a 6-4, 6-3 victory, the #2 seed, where she will face Karolina Pliskova. And Carthy, I mean, very impressive there for Sabalenka, because we were saying beforehand how it might have been a slightly difficult encounter for her with that style of play change from Ons Jabeur, but Sabalenka produced an amazing performance.
Yeah, she did, and I think it was looking like it might be a fairly even match going into it between them, particularly with Jabeur's confidence and performances so far. So I think that's part of the reason why people were looking at Ons Jabeur as potentially getting to the semi-finals rather than Aryna Sabalenka, who physically has a fantastic game, but sometimes mentally can falter a little bit, get a little bit tight towards the end of a match. But there were no signs of that at all this time. And maybe being the second seed here is helping her rather than hindering her in terms of her confidence, helping her with the fact that she could get through to this final. Feels like she does belong there.
And that's the thing, what we've seen with Aryna Sabalenka before, is sometimes in the pressure, when the pressure starts to build, she can make those mistakes from the baseline in those rallies, and she hasn't done that here at Wimbledon so far. She's looked a lot more consistent, perhaps playing slightly more within herself, because she's got that powerful game. You know, she's physically commanding on the court, and sometimes that can be an advantage but also a disadvantage, because the temptation is to just go for it too much, and she's made some mistakes at key moments in the past. But that, it looks like she's playing slightly within herself, and she's kept that unforced error count down, and it's proving in the results.
Yes, it really is, and I think it's going to be interesting to see who has the confidence when we go into the semi-finals. We're going to see somebody in the semi-final that at least hasn't been to or hasn't won a Grand Slam yet, as we were saying. So I think the other semi-finals and the other quarter-finals are going to be the interesting in the top half of the draw as well, because that's where the big seeds are coming, the former champions from Grand Slam events are coming as well. So it is all very fascinating on the women's side of the draw at the moment. Despite the weather here, which you can probably tell from the state of my hair is rather windy, and the covers are on the courts just behind us on the outside courts here, but it does seem to be a little bit windy, a little bit wet at times. You can see the covers are all on the outside courts here, and centre court and court number 1 do have the roof, which is thankful because we will get through the quarterfinals today. But that's the scene around Wimbledon at the moment. The rain is just getting a bit lighter now and is stopping, so hopefully we'll be able to get these outside courts, because there are an awful lot of doubles matches to be played and the junior matches to be played. The forecast isn't great this week though, but we do at least know that those quarterfinals will happen on centre court and court number 1, and we have seen some matches finish already today.
And if you have just tuned in, you're wondering, where are they? They've moved. We're not above court 18 anymore. These are the fabulous shots that you can see from the wire cam here at Wimbledon. So this is a little camera that's on I suppose a zip line is the best way to describe it. I can't work out where
the camera's gone now.
Where's it gone now? But it buzzes along from left to right and gives us these fabulous shots of both court number 1 and centre court. So we're right on the very top level of court 1 with this new roof, and enjoying some brilliant views from all around the grounds. It's lovely to have that wire cam available to us. Let's dip inside court 1 now. And we were talking about an assured performance from Aryna Sabalenka, and Angelique Kerber is doing exactly the same. Here she is, serving for the match against Karolina Pliskova at 5-3 in the second set.
Let first service.
Well, she's going to be very pleased with nearly 60% of second serve points won, but another error. Easing the pressure.
Been a lot of missed returns from Pliskova, particularly the second serves. And meantime, she's not been trying to do too much with the ball. She just misses the return. Kerber says, thank you very much. Still 2 points from the match here.
the benefit of just making a play.
And the first time I've seen, Angelique's got to be nervous, right? It's been a long time since she's been here. She should win this match, but she chose to hit a slice there when normally she's been hitting a topspin off a ball that she had that choice.
Match point.
Deuce.
The slice, the shorter, the better. Stays low, forcing Kerber inside the court. She's got to be feeling her nerves. And now Muchova, break point to get back on serve.
Let's for service.
A little too careful there. Kerber wasn't going to miss.
Deuce. Advantage, Kerber.
Match point number 2.
Arms aloft for Angelique Kerber. Is that a look of disbelief almost from where her form has been? The match win streak continues, 10 in a row now on the grass. And she can look forward to a 4th semi-final here at Wimbledon.
I think Karolina Muchova would be disappointed with her effort. She could have played better. Maybe didn't play the smartest match, but Kerber, all marks to her. She played every point the right way. Really never wavered. Serve held up well enough. She moved beautifully. And that backhand was really on today. Rightfully, she wins the match. She just out-hustled Muchova.
She had a terrific tournament. She was just a bit betwixt and between, wasn't she?
Yeah, I think she really wasn't clear with what she wanted to do. It almost looked like an experimental type of situation for her. She gets a nice send-off from the crowd. She'll be back. I mean, I think if she can improve that forehand and overall her shot selection, she can win this tournament. She's got the game for it. But all marks to Angelique Kerber, as she had to feel the nerves at the end of that match. What an opportunity again. She couldn't have been thinking she can win the tournament before the tournament started, but now she's thinking she can win it. That's for sure.
Hour and a quarter as well, so not too much energy burnt up after that marathon second round. 6-2, 6-3. Kerber into the semi-finals again. And she's talking to Rishi Persad.
And we've only just started the interview. We've already had one marriage proposal. Angelique, congratulations. You've been on court for just over an hour and 15 minutes, and you've won in straight sets in a quarter-final. How much did you enjoy that?
You know, I really enjoy every moment here, and it was not it was a tight match. I mean, she played really well, especially on grass. So I knew before the match that I have to play my best tennis, especially from the beginning, and I'm so happy to being here again in the semis. I mean, that means a lot to me, and you know, playing here in front of you guys, I mean, I can just say it again. Thank you so much.
It's been a remarkable turnaround in form from Roland Garros to here. What's been the secret in why things are now looking brighter again?
I think it's the grass and you guys. You know, I think I was just trying, you know, I was so excited to playing again the grass court season after 1 year break to coming back on this surface, and I really worked hard the last few months, last few weeks, and I'm so happy that I can now, playing my tennis again, having my heart on the court and, you know, fighting until the last ball, enjoying my time on and off court, and it's a magic place, and I'm so happy to being in the semis now.
It's the fourth time that you're in the semi-final here at Wimbledon, and up next, one way or another, it's going to be an Australian player. Your initial thoughts on that?
You know, doesn't matter against who I played. I think it will be another good match, good battle, and I'm really excited to play in the semis. You know, I think it will be an interesting match. Who will win? But I play against the Aussie. Doesn't matter who. So I'm looking forward.
Well, congratulations, Angelique. Your fourth semi-final. Well done.
The 2018 Wimbledon champion Angelique Kerber waves to the crowd as she leaves centre court. Very, very pleased with reaching the semi-finals at Wimbledon. She has had a very strange run of form since winning that title in 2018, but she won the Bad Homburg title a couple of weeks ago. That was her first title since Wimbledon 3 years ago, and she definitely seems to be back in form. 6-2, 6-3. She has beaten Karolina Pliskova.
Yeah, ominously good form, I think, Carthy, and she's improved a lot as the tournament has continued. We saw her drop a set in the second round and the third round, and every time she's been on court, she seems to have improved just that little bit further. And again, that was just such an assured performance. She moves so well. We always talk about this when Angelique Kerber plays on a grass court. I remember Daniela Hantuchova saying the other night that, when you compare her to the other players on the tour, really, she's one of the best movers on all surfaces, but particularly on grass. She's a real grass court specialist, and she will face the winner of that last match, the last quarter-final, Ashley Barty and Aya Tomljanovic. And you'd have to say that you'd be picking her as now one of the favourites to win the tournament, because she's got the experience of having won Wimbledon before. Only Ashley Barty is the other player in the draw left who's won a Grand Slam title. And when she's moving this well and playing so freely and doesn't seem to be inhibited at all by nervousness or anything like that, she's going to be a tough prospect to beat.
Yeah, it really has been a great change in Angelique Kerber over the last few weeks. She has come back into form as we've been saying, but also I think her confidence has returned, the manner in which she's playing has changed again. So Angelique Kerber into the semi-finals at Wimbledon, and as Adam mentioned there, she plays either Ash Barty or Ajla Tomljanovic. The Australians will play their quarterfinals in a moment. The other quarterfinals that have finished today mean that it is Karolina Pliskova against Aryna Sabalenka, the second seed, and Pliskova, who is the 8th seed, has played in a Grand Slam final before at the US Open, but it was 5 years ago. And again, in a similar way to Angelique Kerber, Pliskova looks to be coming back to form too.
No, they are not. But without people now, yes, it's really different.
Welcome to the press conference for Karolina Plishkeva. Please use the Zoom function, raise hand, if you would like to ask a question, and please state your organisation when asking your question. We will take the first question from David K.
Hi, Kaya. Great to see you. Congratulations on your win today. What does it mean for you to be in the semi-final of Wimbledon?
It means a lot, of course. It's, you know, especially after like not really having many good weeks before Wimbledon, I think it feels like a dream a bit. But anyway, I believe that at some point I will find my game. I'm just happy it worked out well in these 2 weeks. And of course, it was my last Grand Slam missing the semi-finals, so I'm happy that I now have all of them.
I spoke to Donna Vekic at the beginning of the week, and she said you two had dinner a few weeks ago, and she said she was pretty confident you were going to make the quarterfinals of this tournament. That was before you ended up playing one another. You spoke about the doubt that maybe people were putting in your mind about how you were playing. Did it mean anything to have the support of your friends kind of telling you that you can play your best tennis again? And how did you kind of put aside those doubts to play so well?
She didn't say that to me, to be honest. I didn't know. But no, I mean, we speak a lot. She also messaged me yesterday. So, but I was feeling well since the first match. I think I started a little bit shaky in the first match, but since that moment, I think I'm just playing quite well, super solid, service working. So, of course, I have the confidence in me. If I can play like this, you know, that's why I'm here. But, of course, in the beginning of the tournament, everybody talks, you know, you have so much different opinions which comes to you, so of course it's like tough to really believe that you can do well, especially if the weeks before were not so good. But I'm just happy that I managed somehow to stay out of this, you know, like in my own bubble and just like trust it. And of course also thanks to my team, because they are super positive, they are supporting me no matter what, no matter how I play, so they have a big part in this.
Ben.
Well, of course, here at Wimbledon, it's not just about the tennis. We have so many people here at the Royal Box who are being thanked for all they've contributed during the COVID pandemic. And joining me now is Dr. Jamie Frost, who is one of them. Because tell me a little bit about what you did during the COVID pandemic.
So Dr. Frost Learning is a charity which offers free education online to students, mostly in mathematics, and it's a combination of resources for students so they can practice online questions and watch educational videos, and tools for teachers, so resources for the classroom and ability to set work and tools like a virtual whiteboard, etc. So as you can imagine, it's very popular during the lockdown. I've received emails from all over the world, like Brazil, even an island, St. Helena in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, saying like, we have such limited resources and we've been using your site, and it's just so brilliant that it's been used so widely.
So a global phenomenon in a way. Was this an idea that was born during the pandemic, or was it from before?
It actually started about 7 years ago. So it started kind of smaller scale, just resources for teachers, and over time, and so I've got more funding as well, I've expanded it. So I particularly had to adapt the software during the pandemic, because obviously most schools wouldn't usually be remote learning. So I had to change the software so students could still learn from home and use the software at home as well.
Have you enjoyed seeing how much it's changed and how much it helped people during the pandemic as well?
Yeah, well, I'm certainly not doing it for the money, and just the emails I received from teachers and students saying how much the benefit's been to their education. That makes it all worth it, really.
And now you're here at Wimbledon, sitting in the Royal Box on centre court, enjoying yourself. Can you tell me a little bit about how special today's been for you? Oh, it's just been wonderful.
I watch tennis all the time from home, but just seeing players at the top of their game in the flesh, and the kind of environment, the crowd, and the view over Mary Berry's head. It's just absolutely brilliant. I've had such a wonderful day.
And who's your favourite tennis player then?
Oh, I've got to say Federer, just because he's a lovely guy as well.
He is a lovely guy. We'll see him in the quarterfinals, that's for sure. And what has been maybe your most special moment today then?
I just think it's the wonderful conversations I've had backstage with the people in the Royal Box, and there's just such lovely people, and even meeting some past tennis players as well, and just it's just really been a special day.
Oh, well, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for everything that you've done over the lockdown as well. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I will do, thank you.
Wimbledon is back.
And to help you make the most of it, IBM is introducing Power Rankings with Watson, a new way to assess who's hot and who's not throughout the tournament.
IBM Power Rankings with Watson uses advanced AI capabilities to analyse the most recent information about every player in the tournament, taking into account everything from the latest statistics to what the media are saying.
It's like an index of player momentum, updating every day to help fans focus on the most interesting matchups or potential upsets.
It's all part of the Wimbledon digital experience, powered by the AI of Watson, built on the hybrid cloud with IBM.
So check out the new IBM Power Rankings with Watson, either at the Wimbledon app or at wimbledon.com. Enjoy the championships.
IBM's association with the Wimbledon Championships continues, and you may have heard us talking about the IBM Power Rankings, which is a slightly different way of looking at the likelihood of who will win a match. There are various ways of looking at it, including the results over the last year, their results over the last month and their form, plus what's being said by journalists and the buzz around them, whether it's negative or positive. We'll show you in a moment what the IBM statistics have come up with on the Power Rankings. But before we do that, Adam, let's maybe think what we would say is the percentage according to the IBM Power Rankings. What do you reckon?
Well, I actually found this one of the hardest to predict. Now, they haven't played before, they know each other, and that can have an impact when players are friends or they're from the same country, because they're sort of playing for bragging rights, in Australia as much as they are for their own, personal achievement. So that can weight it one way or the other. Barty's clearly, for me, the favourite, but I think it might be closer than we would have thought perhaps first. So I'm going to say...
Put your money on some numbers.
I'm just going to pick the same numbers I picked before. 60-40 to Ashley Barty.
Right, OK. I think that because of the manner in which Tomljanovic came through to the quarterfinals, i.e. not finishing the previous match because Emma Raducanu couldn't finish playing, I think that one of the areas which is how journalists write about the matches might have affected her power ranking a bit more than usual. So I am going to go the opposite. I think this might be quite a big margin. So I'm going to say that Ash Barty is probably 78% likely to win, which makes Tomljanovic 22%. Can we have a look, please, at the IBM Power Rankings? Oh. I'm just going to have to copy you next time because you keep getting these vaguely right.
It seems to be you just punt for 60-40 and you're about right. So 64% Ashley Barty, the favourite. I had Tomljanovic 36%. And in terms of the power rank, 3 for Barty and 9 for Tomljanovic.
I suppose Tomljanovic is the lowest ranked player left in the quarterfinals as well, which will make a difference to those rankings and form over the last few weeks as well. Ash Barty has been playing well, hasn't she?
And both of them, despite playing on tour for quite some time, they've never actually met in a tour level match, which makes this one interesting to add a level of spice to it. They're both there just getting ready to walk out on centre court. Here they come, that famous walk down the steps and out onto this amazing arena. Ashley Barty, who's played on centre court a few times already here at the Championships, but Tomljanovic hasn't. She played on court 1, didn't she, last night in that game, that match against Emma Raducanu. So it'd be interesting to see how she copes with the atmosphere and the interest that
with the
comes
roof on. I do think the two courts become a lot more similar, actually. With the roof on, it's very difficult to tell from a visual shot whether you're on centre court or court number 1. And I think the atmosphere on both, particularly for the match last night, I had friends that were on court number 1 who said they'd never heard a sports match noise like it. So they were saying that it was actually the sound in there was incredible.
Yeah, we've been remarking, haven't we, throughout the championship so far, how visually similar now when you go inside the courts with the roof on.
Apart from the Royal Box, that's the giveaway, isn't it? I just spotted that.
That is the giveaway, but other than that, really, they are now very, very similar when you look at pictures on the television, but also when you go in and if you're lucky enough to stand inside both stadiums, how similar they look compared to before. In previous championships, whenever a television camera cut from one to the other, or if you went into, they were completely different, weren't they? One was, court one was much more open than centre court. Okay, well, let's dip inside centre court now and join the commentators for the warm-up.
Okay, would you like to call it? Heads, the number is tails. And it's tails, your call. You serve, okay, have a good match.
It's been a difficult day, I have to say, at the All England Club, given the inclement weather. Many of the outside courts have been on and off. Of course, we had a lot of rain yesterday evening, and goodness me, this roof, which was first ready for the 2009 championships. Can't believe that we've had it for so many years. Has been worth its weight in gold and will allow the quarterfinals to be completed on time. Not so much fun for those on the outside courts, and it's been an interesting day in the Barty player box. Gary Kissick, the long-time boyfriend, he's in the black hat, long-time boyfriend of Ash Barty, and just such a key, or both two key men in the lives of Ash. On the right in the white t-shirt and grey hat, Craig Tyser, the man who has engineered her return from cricketer without a tennis ranking to the top spot and Grand Slam champion. So let's re-familiarise ourselves with this just charming young Australian who's just turned 25 years of age. Won her first title in her second career back in 2017 in Kuala Lumpur, and that really set the stage. A first time now in the last 8 here at Wimbledon for the former junior champion. That was always on the cards. Her finest hour came in Paris 2 years ago when she beat Marketa Vondrousova in the Roland Garros final. She's made the last 4 in Australia, and how she would love to do the same here on the centre court. Just the one set dropped, and that was in her opening centre court match to the Spaniard who was retiring at the end of the year, Carla Suarez Navarro. But that was really a match more about Carla and her recovery from her cancer treatment, really, than about forehands and backhands. Looked good against Pliskova, solid against Siniakova, not an easy second set, and did well to come through against the reigning French Open champion Barbora Krejcikova. That was over on court 1. But Ash very much back where she belongs, top seed here, star billing, back on the centre court where she looks so comfortable. Well, the fans just taking a breather after the previous quarterfinal, which featured Ons Jabeur and Aryna Sabalenka. And let's just introduce ourselves to Ayla Tomljanovic, someone actually the British crowd I don't think would know too well, because she's never really distinguished herself here at the All England Club. Currently at 35 in the world. She's been a top 40 player, as you can see, a couple of years ago. Average ranking around about the 60s, but a very seasoned pro, and a first time in a Grand Slam quarterfinal. It's certainly been worth the wait. That 4th round at Roland Garros, a long time ago now, and a lot has happened in the intervening years. It's been quite an adventure getting to this stage. Anyone who wins a match against the experienced Elise Cornet on a grass court is playing well. It was quite a grumpy encounter with Yelena Ostapenko, the Eastbourne champion, and then of course we know what happened last night. But don't take away what an excellent first set that was, and had to save quite a few break points in coming through the opener. She's supported here by Dad Radko. He's over in the right. He's got a blanket on or a top on. It's certainly quite warm actually inside. And to the left, there's Dad with one baseball hat, and at the far end far, and there we are. There is Matteo Berrettini, who will be playing the men's quarter-final tomorrow.
End of warm-up. Find your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
So that is the scene on centre court as we get set for this match. Don't forget, you can continue to watch it on Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world. It should be an intriguing encounter between Ashley Barty and Ajla Tomljanovic. And this is the first time we've had two Australians facing off in the ladies' quarter-finals here at Wimbledon since 41 years ago, when Wendy Turnbull took on Yvonne Goolagong-Carthy.
Yeah, Yvonne Goolagong-Carthy, who won Wimbledon 50 years ago this year, and that is why Ash Barty is wearing the outfit that she is wearing at Wimbledon, in order to commemorate and celebrate Goolagong-Carthy, who won 50 years ago. So let's find out a little bit more about Yvonne Goolagong-Carthy.
Says she came from perhaps the humblest origins in Grand Slam history. It's hard to argue. Her mum fashioned her tennis dress from bedsheets, and her first racket was made from a wood fruit box. The journey from Barella, New South Wales, to Wimbledon, London is more than 10,000 miles. But for a young Yvonne Goolagong-Carthy, the All England club felt even further away.
From the vast Australian outback, Wimbledon is another planet.
When I was 8 years old, I read in a cartoon magazine a story about this lady who found this young girl in the country, trained her and took her to the city and took her to this place called Wimbledon. I thought, oh wow, is this place for real? I had no idea. And so I actually asked somebody, is this a real place that's out there? And they said, oh yes, it definitely is.
For a young Indigenous girl from the Australian outback in the 1950s, dreams were just that, dreams. They couldn't possibly come true, could they? Yvonne Goolagong-Carthy's career odyssey is a tale of inspiration and determination. Curious about the sport she'd make her own, she peered through the fence at her local club when she was small. With a disregard for the prejudices at the time, the club president invited her in, and Yvonne began taking her first swings, each one more refined than the last. It was a moment that would change her life. By the time Yvonne arrived at Wimbledon in 1970, she was the complete package. Her effortless, poetic tennis endeared her to fans, as did her carefree approach to the game and her lovable tendency for mental walkabouts.
I really didn't want tennis to be everything. I just enjoy life. I like to smell the flowers on the way. I just didn't think it was worth worrying about things too much. There's nothing much you can do it after a point's over. And when I did play really well, it was terrific.
By 1971, she was adored by Wimbledon goers.
She, of all the players, was such a beautiful player. I found myself watching her when I was playing her, and she was so likable. You couldn't, hate her.
On just her second visit to the All England club, Yvonne defied the odds.
Billie Jean and Margaret were on top and playing each other in all the finals. So, I had those two to contend with. I was on a high. I was 19 years old. And I thought, well, they're going to be more scared of me.
They're all here to see whether it's just possible the most romantic story of Wimbledon 71 can end in remarkable achievement. Can Miss Goolagong win the women's title? The odds are against her.
On centre court, with the cheers of millions ringing in her ears, she gave hope to Indigenous families across Australia. Decades later, I would come to hear stories of the Sunshine Supergirl. From 1971 to 1980, Yvonne reached the semi-finals or better at Wimbledon on 8 occasions. As Martina Navratilova once recalled, Yvonne didn't serve and volley, she would saunter and volley.
In she goes, Mrs. Corley. And what a beautiful volley.
She finished runner-up 3 times in 1972, 1975 and 1976. But in 1980, 3 years after becoming a mother, she was on top of the tennis world once more.
She produces a sensational cross-court win. And superb net covering by the former Miss Goolagong. And superb all-court play by the Australians. Really magnificent. Oh, that's it. Magnificent win, but a very, very popular one.
Yvonne achieved her tennis dream long before I was born, but her legacy is an inspiration to me, both on and off the court. As a proud Narrabee woman, I cherish our shared heritage, and I'm humbled to walk in her footsteps.
Well, so far we've been chatting to so many special people throughout the championships here at Wimbledon for what they have contributed over the COVID-19 pandemic so far. Now joining me is Ashley Linsdell, who is the founder of For the Love of Scrubs. Now, first of all, we have to start with the company name. That is just wonderful. Where did it obviously come from? Scrubs is in the name, but tell me about it.
So, For the Love of Scrubs spawned from the shortage of scrubs that we had in the A&E department that I was working in right at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. So on the 24th of March 2020, I had the really bright idea whilst working full-time with a 4-year-old that I would go home and make scrubs because I can sew. So I went on my merry way to start making scrubs and put a call out on social media to ask if people purchase wholesale material. And within a couple of hours, we had thousands of people saying, "Can I help? This is where I get material from." Within a couple more hours, we had a Facebook donation page, and huge amounts of money had been raised. Within about a week, we had 70,000 volunteers across the UK.
Oh my goodness.
And we'd raised huge amounts of money. So in a really short space of time, we went from this really tiny, small, naive idea of mine to this huge rolling project that myself, initially at the beginning, managed alone. And my husband got involved because I had absolutely no idea what I was doing.
So talk me through a day in the life of Ashley during the pandemic then.
So it's really hard because I worked 4 days a week, so I was working 4 13-hour shifts a week, and I would come home and do the mum bits, the house bits, the wife bits, eat, shower, sleep, and that's pretty much all I did at the beginning. Because I was so concerned about the welfare of my daughter and how the risk of transferring COVID, because she was asthmatic at the time, she went to stay with my mum and dad for 6 weeks. So I would go to work and I would come home, and then my husband and I would sort material. So we had thousands and thousands and thousands of meters of material delivered to my front door to his absolute disgust. And we cut 3.5 metres in length on our lounge floor and then sent it out to people that were willing to assist us.
My goodness,
So that's all I did for months, as well as talk to hundreds of thousands of people.
And what was the response then?
It was amazing. It is absolutely humbling, the response that people actually had to something that was, to me, although it was really important to us, it was also something that was really small. Like, it was something that I'd identified in the A&E department that I worked in, but it was the only place that I worked. So I had absolutely no idea how much of a call for help other places would have. And within just a couple of days, it was no longer us contacting hospitals asking if they needed assistance. It was massive hospitals saying, for the love of scrubs, are helping us, and putting it on their websites. Like, if you can help, contact me. So I was having people phone me and email me and message me on Facebook, and it all just went a bit mad.
That's quite incredible. And then now, to continue the madness, in a way, you're here at Wimbledon, sitting in the Royal Box, being thanked by the All England Club, and I'm sure everyone around the country for all the efforts that you've put in. Can you just talk me through what your day's been like?
It's so bizarre, like, and it's so hard to put into words, because I'm just a normal person. I'm just a nurse. I'm not anyone special. I haven't done anything. I haven't saved hundreds of thousands of lives. I haven't done anything. And it's so difficult to go from having that really small, it was just a small idea. Like, I haven't made hundreds of thousands of sets of scrubs like other people have. But so many people say, without your idea, it never would have happened. And I just happened to be sort of in the right place at the right time. To then be invited to places like this and to have interviews and to be awarded with my OBE, it's weird. Really, really strange.
Well, actually, I can just simply say from talking to you now, you're not just a normal person, you're an incredible person, and you thoroughly deserve to be here. Thank you so much for everything that you and everyone you've worked with have done over the pandemic.
Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant interview there with Jenny, and so great to celebrate all of that great work that's been done by so many people to support during the difficult time, the pandemic over the last year and a half. And that's part of Wimbledon saying a big thank you to all of those people here at the championships this year.
Yeah, people that have helped make the championships happen, really. Without those people, we wouldn't be able to have full capacity crowds, which is what we have this week, starting from today at Wimbledon. On the hill, you can see people safely enjoying the environment around them at Wimbledon and watching a lot of tennis. We've got quarterfinals in the ladies' singles, and we have some results already from today, although the weather's not been great. We've had the roof on centre court and court number 1, and a little earlier we saw on centre court Irina Sabalenka, the second seed, beating Ons Jabeur 6-4, 6-3, and Sabalenka has been talking to the press, and we can hear from Sabalenka now.
It's not taken Ons Jabeur long to find her feet here on centre court.
110-mile-an-hour second serve from Sabalenka.
Yes.
Just full barrage of power against the craftiness of Tunisian. Whew. That's a big cut at the second serve, just 83 miles an hour.
40-30.
Holding back. Only option Sabalenka seemed to have. It was worth a try. Here's the gorgeous touch.
40-15.
Both the drop shot and the lob from Jabeur. Beautifully done. That ball was sinking quickly, and she
40 love.
a couple of big strides to get this ball before it got below the height of the net.
Jabeur 2-3. It's been a hugely confident start from both players. There you go.
That has a high degree of difficulty. You're taking a shot that has tremendous power from Sabalenka and diffusing it with accuracy and backspin.
My goodness. 40 love.
Point by both.
The shorter serving stories at the moment tend to be Tunisian ones. She's hanging around much less and getting the job done quicker.
Like I said, she's trying to use some of that more variety. The backhand chip on this surface. Exclamation point.
And it's set point.
Nicely done. If you look at the stats for the tournament, when she has been in trouble, she's gone T on the ad side.
Well, that shows the determination of Sabalenka, because there was the little slip.
Look at the reaction from Jabeur. Incredible to contain that power from Sabalenka.
Oh, it's ferocious. Red line tennis from Aryna Sabalenka.
Advantage.
Longest game of the match, most significant game of the match, because it leads to Aryna Sabalenka winning the first set 6-4. That's where she went. Sabalenka did well to manufacture some kind of shot, but there was no coming back from what followed. Oh no!
Game, Sabalenka.
And that is painful in more ways than one. On Jabeur, broken in a first service game at the start of this second set.
Sabalenka leads 5-2 against love, second set.
Sabalenka way back. Serve volley, we don't see that very often.
Yeah, on the line.
Full stretch and sprint.
Ball change, please. New balls.
Jabeur, second set, 3-4.
That's just too good. My goodness. Power and accuracy. It's a great combination.
30-40.
Well, right now, power is overcoming trickery and guile. Oh, she's got it. The face of somebody who's not ready to pack her bags just yet. Superpowered Sabalenka. A Wimbledon semi-finalist for the first time ever. Too much power in the end for Ons Jabeur. But the sharing of the smiles over the net between them. But it is Belarus who can celebrate its own significant slice of tennis history.
Hi, Irina. David Kane, Tennis Magazine. Congratulations, and congratulations on making the semifinals. You said you felt like you were near tears at the end of the match against Elena. How were you feeling at the end of the match today against Ons?
I don't know. I was just so happy to win this match. So today I wasn't crying. I was just really happy, and yeah, it was best moment so far.
How does it feel to really be finally translating the form that you've been able to present at maybe some smaller tournaments finally to a Grand Slam?
I didn't understand the question.
How does it feel to finally be playing some of your best tennis at a Grand Slam? It's something that maybe you're frustrated about in the past.
Well, yeah, the tournament before Wimbledon, I was focusing on the few things, so I wasn't focusing on winning the tournaments, and yeah, happy that focus on the right things helped me to be successful on the Grand Slam. So yeah, that's something what I was working for, and I'm really happy that it's working right now.
Ben Rothenberg.
Ben Rothenberg, New York Times. You waited a long time, obviously, for your first Grand Slam quarterfinal. How did it feel out there, and how proud are you of how you handled this moment?
Well, the only thing I was thinking about is my game, and to stay focused and to fight for every point, for every opportunity I had. So today it surprised me, but I didn't feel that pressure of being in the quarterfinal for the first time. So I was just enjoying the atmosphere and enjoying my game and just doing everything I can to win this match. So it was great performance for me.
Joe Rawson.
Hi, Irina. Congratulations. It feels like the British crowd are really behind you. What are your thoughts on that? And your semi-final opponent, Pliskova, yeah, what are your thoughts on that as well?
Really? Today was the first day they were behind me. before they didn't support me that much, and I'm really happy that today they were on my side. So hopefully they will keep supporting me the same like today. So yeah, I felt really amazing on the court. So I was enjoying every second there, and yeah, people was unbelievable today. Happy that they were on my side.
And your semi-final opponent, Pliskova, what are your thoughts ahead of that match?
Well, she's a great player, and she's moving well right now, and she's hitting balls really solid and soaring well. So it's going to be a tough match, but I'm really looking forward for this one. And as I said on court interview, I'll do everything I can to win that one.
Yeah, she speaks well, doesn't she, Aryna Sabalenka, looking forward to her first Grand Slam semi-final. And the good news is we can see some grass again. Some cheers started to go up as the covers were removed. We've had a fairly clear moment compared to the rest of the day. And that looks like hard work, doesn't it, pulling that cover off?
1.5 tons, I think, the covers weigh.
Rather be doing what we're doing right now rather than that. But I suppose it means that the potential for some tennis on the horizon. The courts are being uncovered, and hopefully that rain stays away and those dark clouds stay to one side here at SW19. Now, the order of play for the men's quarterfinals has been released for tomorrow, so we can tell you what we've got to look forward to. No real surprises, I suppose, in this. Starting off on centre court, Novak Djokovic against Marcin Fucsovics. and that's followed by Roger Federer against Hubert Hurkacz.
And on court number 1, the quarter-final lineup is Karen Khachanov, the 25th seed. He plays Denis Shapovalov, the 10th seed. And following that match, it will be Matteo Berrettini, the 7th seed, against Felix Auger-Aliassime, the 16th seed. So very much the young guns over on court number 1. And the more experienced players on centre court tomorrow. They are fascinating quarter-final lineups, though, aren't they, Adam?
They certainly are. And tomorrow, with so many matches today being cancelled because of the rain and moved around, tomorrow's going to be a bumper day of tennis because, you know, we've just mentioned what's on centre and court number 1, the main show courts, but all around the grounds, you know, some of the, I think, third-round doubles matches haven't even been finished. Quite a few have been cancelled because they're not going to get on court later on. So for people who can get down here and buy a grounds pass, this will be tomorrow will be a day to come.
Yeah, plenty of matches, and it's always nice in this week if you're a real tennis fan and you want to see the future of tennis, like we saw with Emma Raducanu. You will have seen her at Wimbledon a couple of years ago. It's worth coming down here if you are in the vicinity, of course, and you can come down here and see the juniors playing on the outside courts. I think the weather is slightly better tomorrow than it was today, which means that we should get some play. It's just been a bit difficult today, really, with the weather being a bit on and off.
And the forecast as well for tomorrow, there is still some rain on the forecast, but tomorrow looks slightly better for tomorrow. So hopefully we'll get a slightly clearer run of play for tomorrow. And we can head out around the grounds and catch up with Jenny once again, who's with Catherine Granger.
Well, I have to say, I am incredibly delighted to be joined by Dame Catherine Granger, 5-time Olympic medalist, here at Wimbledon once again. It's your 4th or 5th time in the Royal Box. What is it like to be back, especially after we didn't have Wimbledon here last year?
Do you know what? It's always such a joy to be here. It is such an incredible championships. But I think just walking around and being in there and feeling the crowd, I think everyone appreciates it more, having not had it last year. And having sort of lost sport almost for a year, I think you get this sense of just what it is we've missed and how much we love it that it's back.
Do you think that the importance of live sport has really kind of gone up a few notches, considering that we've just not had it?
I know, and I think, you know, there's been incredible things that have tried to replace it, whether it's been through social media or things online or, you know, things that have been recorded. But when you're back, and I think we are a species that likes company and likes environments and likes to share experience, and I think there's nothing like being a packed out crowd and all living and breathing those heart-stopping moments together. I mean, you just feel the energy and the emotion, and I feel it's only now we've got it back you realise what we've missed.
Absolutely. And talk to me a little bit about your day, because you're here a little bit for work and for pleasure, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I'm here because I'm chair of UK Sport, so it's always, you know, it's lovely, especially this year, seeing any sport happening, and obviously we're building up to the Tokyo Olympics and the Paralympics, but I have to say you can never call a day at Wimbledon a day at work, because it's just fun.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of the Tokyo Olympics, imagine if you were still rowing and it had been postponed for a year. How do you think that would have been? Because for so many different athletes, they're trying to manage an agenda, and it's been so challenging.
I think it's been phenomenally hard, because usually there's very fixed points in your life. If you're an Olympic or a Paralympic athlete, there's sort of once every 4 years certainty of this is when the Games is. You count down to that point. Now, everyone's journeys will be up and down between the 2 points, but when it comes Games time, you know exactly where it is. It's fixed and it's immovable. And then this year it became movable. And the uncertainty, won't it happen? How will it be run? You know, will there be crowds? How is the COVID restrictions going to operate? That plays on everyone's minds, but I think I have to say our teams going out there are, one, in incredible shape, which is, you know, huge tribute to everyone who's helped them get there, and two, they again, it's a bit like watching crowds here. They are so grateful and thankful to be able to compete again, because there was a question whether or not they would compete this year. So the fact they will, they're just loving, you know, counting down the days now.
And what are the rowers in particular saying? Have you been chatting to them ahead of obviously heading out to the Olympics at some point as well yourself?
Yeah, I have actually, and they're, you know, again, they've been abroad training, they're coming back, they're going very soon out there, and I think it's this moment that many thought, would this ever happen? And it's happening. So I think, you know, again, I think we just appreciate things when you feel you might lose it. You just appreciate it so much more. So everyone I've spoken to is, you know, really desperate to get out there now and get going, because it feels it's this close. It's the last few days, and that's you know, that's when the emotion and the sort of anticipation builds and builds, and you just want to deliver.
And finally, Catherine, going back to the Royal Box, what kind of tennis have you been enjoying, maybe today and also throughout the championships?
I know. Do you know, I was asked when I was in there, do you play tennis? And I think,
do you play tennis?
Well, this is not the time to go, yes, I do, in case, you know, they all try us. I do, but you see it. And I have to say, even watching it live, you think, you know, there's some shots you think, I could try that. And then you just realise the speed of play and the skill and the drama. And yeah, I mean, it's incredible. It's such a privilege to sit and watch it live in person, because you know, I mean, I love watching it on TV, but actually seeing it in the flesh, it raises another level. And you think these players, every single one of them, are just superb abilities, and they're loving the crowds as well. You can see again from an athlete's point of view, they want to have the show courts on. So yeah, I can't wait to get back in.
Absolutely. Well, I know you're a very busy woman, so I will let you get back into the Royal Box. Thank you so much for spending some time to chat to us.
Absolute pleasure.
Dame Catherine Granger, who's going to have a very busy summer. The Tokyo Olympics coming up in a couple of weeks' time. There will be several of the tennis players that you've seen at Wimbledon will be taking part at the Olympics. A few players have decided not to go, but plenty of them will be there. Angelique Kerber, the German, has won her quarter-final round match on court number 1, and she was playing Karolina Pliskova. Kerber booking her place in the semi-finals of Wimbledon 3 years after she last won the title here. 6-2, 6-3. Let's have a look at the highlights from that match.
Brilliant. Tried the variety, but Kerber up to the task. Perfect start.
That's beautiful. Loves to hit that backhand cross court. Coming in, good idea. The ball was just a little short, and Kerber was not on the run here. She was well set for this backhand. She can hit this ball with her eyes closed.
Nice. Slide in too.
She slid into that volley. That's a play on grass. Remember Oni Parun from New Zealand? He used to slide into his first volley. The court would be, there were slides everywhere coming to the net in the center service line. This is a clay court slide right there.
Perfect. 94 miles per hour serve. Made sure it goes in. And then this.
That's just ridiculously good. Again, I would stay away from that backhand. She flips defense into offense so well with that backhand. And it's all the right hand doing the work. Beautiful.
Another mini battle under the belt of Angelique Kerber. 2 break-point saved.
In any case, Angelique's played a pretty perfect set here.
Game and first set, Kerber.
6-2. Just over half an hour.
6 games to 2.
Whoa. Again, such a low ball, but that right hand covering the ball. It's practically a forehand with her left hand attached to the handle. The way she gets under this ball with her legs and her hand, most of all, beautiful. And she gets That's it.
Breaks for the first time. Just brilliant. Getting the wrong footer, but just as you've been saying, how low she gets to the ball and how flat she hits through.
Two athletes going at a great get there from both Kerber and Muchova. But Kerber kept her head about her. This is not a comfortable shot.
Kerber thwarts momentum.
Game.
Breaks back. Just perfect. I mean, less than 10 minutes ago, Kerber was hardly winning any points. The scoreboard now is emphatic.
Kerber reads the play like she reads the newspaper. She knows what's coming before the player knows what they're going to hit. And she moves into that spot without cheating. She just shades over to that side. But she's still on balance. So if they do hit it the other way, she can still recover. So well balanced. She recovers so quickly. And that's the strength of the legs as well as just being a good athlete. When she's pulled wide, she recovers really quickly. There she was wrong-footed, but she still hits a decent enough shot. Plays the ball there. Flicks it cross-court. What else is new?
Stunning! And if you can do it as well as that, why not more?
Exactly. That was a fantastic stab volley there from Muchova. Nice little slice forehand into the corner. That's a great get. She almost did a split, but somehow she kept her balance with the help of her two hands. Fantastic get.
Arms aloft for Angelique Kerber. Is that a look of disbelief almost from where her form has been? The match win streak continues, 10 in a row now on the grass. And she can look forward to a fourth semi-final here at Wimbledon.
Well, Angelique Kerber then progressing nicely through to the semi-finals here at the 2021 Championships. And she, of course, before that matchup over Muchova, defeated Coco Goth in straight sets. And that's what Simona Halep also did back in 2019 on Manic Monday to go and take the title that year. So is there possibly something in the water? We're going to have a repeat of 2019. Whoever beat Coco Goth on Manic Monday progressed nicely through to the finals to take the title. Have to wait and see. Still a few days to go, of course. And we're back on the windy Court 1 roof, Radzi.
We are. One thing is for certain about that, Manic Monday won't happen again.
It won't happen again. Never again, because, unfortunately, we're kind of following suit, aren't we, with other Grand Slams and cutting out a rest day. I'm not really sure I'm best pleased with that, but maybe the players, the fans get to watch more action, have another day at the championship. So it just means we don't get a recovery day to be fresh on Monday like we were this year.
So next year will be unknown. But one thing which you can almost guarantee with every Wimbledon is the weather's inconsistency. However, as we come to you live here, you can see it's no longer raining. You saw the wide shots of the courts. The covers are off, which means action on the outside courts is imminent. The measuring stick of that is Henman Hill. The amount of people you see gathering there is a real indicator as to how close we are to the action. We see the line judges and the umpires taking their positions on all the courts here. As we kind of look beneath from where we stood here, you can see the crowds beginning to gather and beginning to move a lot more. The skies are slowly clearing. The grey skies are dissipating in favour of blue. The sun is burning through. In a brief nutshell, Rachel, we are feeling an awful lot better in SW19. Things are looking up.
We possibly are. My hair isn't. It's going crazy all over the place here. I should have got a hairstylist today, guys. Excuse the hair. But we're working with it up here on the roof. And, Brads, we're still only waiting for one more women's quarter-final to be completed. And then we'll have our semi-final lineup completed as well. And that's happening just behind us in centre court as well, between two Australians, of course. Unfortunately, they would have loved, wouldn't they, if the Aussie fans could be out in force this year, because we know how much they love coming here to Wimbledon. They make the effort, don't they, to fly all across the world just to be here for this fortnight. And I've met loads of them in the past, and they're just so colourful as well. They always bring the colourful outfits, they bring their personalities, they really bring the energy here. And obviously, they're not getting to see that this time, but it doesn't mean we're not seeing a great match unfold on centre court as well between Ash Barty, of course, and Ajla Tomljanovic. And obviously, Tomljanovic's partner, Matteo Berrettini, should be having a rest day today, Radzi. He's not. He's being a dedicated boyfriend, being in there, living every single point with her, isn't he?
Absolutely. There's no party like a Barty party, but for him, he could really do without the stress. I'm not sure if you saw the interview that our reporter Jenny Drummond did with Berrettini and Tomljanovic. That was yesterday. He basically spoke about the fact that for him, the most stressful thing he can do isn't playing against the world number 1, the world number 2, the world number 3. It's watching his girlfriend play on court. And he said, I'd much rather be out there myself. They also flirted with the idea, literally and metaphorically, of potentially playing mixed doubles. They were so close to actually playing it here. They said they put the email on a draft. You have to email your selection in, you'll opt to do that. And so they got it into drafts, but didn't quite press the send button yet. I think trying to save his body, because the way he plays, such a powerful athlete, he really is pushing his body to the absolute limit. And so to see them together would be something special. But for as the right here and the right now, we're focusing on Tomljanovic and Barty, and that'll be a fantastic match.
It will be. Obviously, they're on opposite sides of the net at the moment and really trying to get into semi-finals. Obviously, there's only one spot up for grabs. But it's quite interesting because in just a couple of weeks' time, they're going to be on the same team heading out to Tokyo. They're on the Australian team going to the Olympics, not, unfortunately, playing doubles together. But whatever happens here, they have to kind of put that behind them, Radzi, which might actually be quite tough because it's super important, match for both of them. Neither of them have got this far at Wimbledon before. So for one of them to progress to the semi-finals is going to be an absolute milestone. And one of them we're going to have to sadly say goodbye to at this phase, aren't we?
Well, we've spoken to a number of pundits, a number of experts, broadcasters that you've seen. We've done that via Zoom. And one of the Australians was kind of talking about the loyalty that you have being an Australian and what it means to represent your country. And even Barty, when afterwards, I think Rishi said, who are you going to be favouring? Do you want Raducanu to go through? Do you want Tomljanovic to go through? And she said straight away, well, I'm an Aussie. And so I love that there's the competitiveness when you're playing against one another. But as soon as it comes to representing their flag, they are right there together.
They are indeed. Well, another quarter-final, which happened a little bit earlier on, was between Ons Jabeur and Aryna Sabalenka. Ons Jabeur, unfortunately, was defeated in that match, so will not be making it through to the semi-final. But this is what she had to say after that match.
Hi, Ons Jima from Wimbledon.com. Tough luck today. Tell me, how do you feel about the match in general, and what do you think Aryna did best?
Honestly, I think she played the match of her life. She didn't do any mistakes. She served well from the beginning till the end, which is kind of hard for a tennis player to find solution in the middle of the match. I think she didn't make a lot of mistakes. I didn't see the unforced errors, but for someone like her, I don't think she made a lot.
But, you know, I'm honestly proud of myself for trying and being positive the whole way, because it's not easy to accept that someone is playing good from the beginning of and the end of the match, you know. So, yeah, but today she deserved to win, and I hope she can go as far as she wants to, you know. I know she's been waiting for this for a long time. But, you know, this gives me the opportunity to work even harder, you know, and be ready for those kind of matches. The good news is I have things to work on, and I'm very positive for the future.
What are your biggest takeaways from what you've experienced at Wimbledon? Because you had a really difficult draw. You played on big courts. There was so much going on. So I'm wondering, in your opinion, what do you take with you from this tournament?
Yeah, talking about the draw, it was a very difficult one. It wasn't easy, but I know I love playing here. I love the energy. I always say that the British crowd is amazing, you know. Even if you play a British girl, they always like supporting, but respectfully, you know, which is amazing here. And I love that about them. I love how the center was full. I love how people are encouraging both sides, you know, and I think Wimbledon is one of my favorite Grand Slams right now, you know. So hopefully I could be able to come back and stronger and have better results here. Like I said before, like the center court was different this time, you know. Usually when I play on center, it's kind of more stressful than the other matches. But this time, I think I loved it, and I was able to express myself even more.
Okay, we'll take a question from Vani now.
Hello, Hans. You had to face today a player that is a lot more powerful than you are. What was the original plan on how to make up for the difference in power between your shots and her shots?
Well, the plan was to be aggressive from the beginning and try to change the rhythm if I can, because I know she can hit really hard, and sometimes to change up the rhythm is kind of difficult. But the thing is, I wasn't really expecting her to serve very good from the beginning till the end, you know. You can have momentums where you serve good, but then you just like make at least second serves, but we know her second serve are also amazing. So it was kind of difficult for me to be, you know, on the edge all the time. But like I said, you know, it happens. I was trying to accept it on the court, and it was difficult. But I tried my best. That's the thing that I don't feel like I have any regrets for this match.
Well, I'm sure we're going to see much more of Ons Jabeur. But right now, let's focus our attention on this lady, the 18-year-old Brit, Emma Raducanu, who has had a phenomenal last week, Radzi. She has literally captured the attention, not of just British tennis fans, the British public, but just the tennis world, hasn't she, Radzi?
Managing her A-levels whilst getting through to the fourth round. And just look at the background, look at the joy she's brought to all of us throughout this country when we've really needed it. Daichenko, Vondrousova, Kirstia, and unfortunately having to withdraw against Tomljanovic. And she did so in some slight uncertain circumstances. So thankfully, Sue Barker from the BBC caught up with her.
First of all, Emma, just want to know, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you for asking. I'm feeling a lot better this morning, so I'm just glad to have recovered this quickly.
We were very worried about you. It must be very scary for you. How tough was it?
I think that in the moment, I mean, on court one, the atmosphere was once again incredible to play in front of. I'm obviously very disappointed that I couldn't finish the match. I really, really wanted to be able to compete and try my best, but the medical advice was to pull out, and yeah, I followed it because I think that their advice was the best in the end.
What were you feeling out there?
I found it very difficult to regulate my breathing. I think that it was emphasized by some very long rallies that we had towards the end of the first set. which made it tough for me to, keep my composure and the breathing in check. And then at the beginning of the second set was when I struggled with it the most, and I called the trainer on and, made the decision at the end of the changeover.
Yes, so a wise decision to get the medical staff on. Do you actually know what caused it?
No, I don't know what caused it. I think that it was a combination of, everything that has gone on behind the scenes in the last week, and accumulation of the excitement, the buzz, and, I think it's a great learning experience for me going forwards. It's a great step forward, and now next time, hopefully, I'll be better prepared.
Well, could you say better prepared? Because what's the biggest audience that you've played in front of before coming to Wimbledon?
I'm not sure, maybe 100 people or something. So to play on court one in front of that many fans, I'm so grateful for the opportunity, and I would like to thank the All England Club and the LTA for their support and believing in me and giving me the chance to be able to play in front of such a crowd. It's been the best week of my life, honestly.
Well, we've enjoyed it as well, but how different was your match yesterday to the match that you played in the Open on Saturday?
I think it was a new experience playing under the roof with the lights, and it was definitely louder. It was a bit hotter. So just to settle in, I think at the beginning both of us had a bit of a nervy start, but I think we started to play our way in, and there was a close game at 4-all. I had a couple break points, and once again though, the crowd was amazing. They were completely behind me, and I'm so grateful.
Was the long wait a problem as well? Because, most times you probably expected to be on court at around 5 o'clock, but to go on so late, was that a factor as well?
I think that I was prepared to go out there whatever time of day, I was required to. I was so excited, and, I didn't find a problem with it at all. I think that just to be able to have the opportunity to go on court one is something that I cherished and I really appreciate, so there's no problem.
You love the big occasion, that is obvious. How much have you enjoyed, forget what happened yesterday, how much have you enjoyed the Wimbledon experience and what's happened to you here?
Yeah, I've had the best time of my life. This whole week has just been absolutely incredible. I've never felt support like it. I'm just so grateful for every single person who cheered me on during the matches and all of the messages that I've received, via social media or messages. So I just would like to thank absolutely everyone who, got in touch and supported me the last 2 weeks.
You had 2,000 Instagram followers when you started. How many have you got now?
I'm not sure. It's funny because my Instagram actually blocked me out. I think they thought I was a robot or something. So we're trying to fix that right now.
Well, I think 2 days ago you were up to about over 150,000. So, you're going to have to keep that up now. You enjoy that side of it, though, don't you?
Yeah, I think this week we've done a great job, me and my team. I haven't spent that much time on my phone. I haven't really checked any of the news. So we've just been in our bubble doing our own thing, focusing on the process and doing everything that we can that's in our power and in our control to get myself ready for the match ahead. And I think that my team have done a great job in supporting me this week. This whole experience is very new for me. So to have such a team like that to, really get behind me, and it's been very grateful for them too.
Well, I tell you, Emma, speaking from experience, do that next year when there's no bubble. Just don't read anything and just stay focused on it, and that's what you've got to do. Have you been able to see your mum and dad?
I saw them in the crowd, and I have spoken to them as well on the phone, so they're all good. I assured them that I was fine, and I'll see them later on tonight. Oh,
well, that's nice that you'll be able to go home. I'm hearing you've got 255,000 now, so you're doing really well on the Instagram. Love the shirt you're wearing. So where are you going to be tomorrow?
I think I'll be at home for sure, just watching the game. It's been a busy 2 weeks, so I think I'll just kick back at home for the next few days and definitely enjoy the game, and yeah, it's coming home, isn't it? So,
have you got a prediction for us?
England 2-1.
Ooh, you're going to make us suffer then, are you? Okay. I tell you, Emma, it's been such a joy to see you play here at Wimbledon. You really have made this tournament so special for all of the British fans, and we wish you all the very best going forward.
Thank you for having me.
That was so great, wasn't it, to see Emma there, just 18 years of age, giving such a great interview to Sue Barker. And Emma saying there she's an England fan. I think we're all fans of Emma Raducanu now. Everyone knows that name and will do for years to come. But a bit of sun here, Radzi.
That's the power of Emma Raducanu. She
Sunshine.
speaks, the sun comes out, and she really has shone so much about tennis throughout the country and really captured our imaginations. You know, we think about the Diane Evans, the Liam Brodys, Joanna Kontas, but we don't necessarily think about the future, and she really is the future. And if that's anything to go by, the future really is bright in every sense. 18 years of age, what a colossal achievement.
Absolutely, and obviously Sue Barker got the exclusive there, but actually before Sue chatted to Emma, she did actually put a statement out on Instagram as well. We have that here for her fans. So she put, if you can't see this, "Hi guys, I wanted to let everyone know that I'm feeling much better this morning. First up, I want to congratulate Isla on an incredible performance, and I'm sorry our match ended the way it did. I was playing the best tennis of my life in front of an amazing crowd this week, and I think the whole experience caught up with me. At the end of the first set, after some super intense rallies, I started to breathe heavily and felt dizzy. The medical team advised me not to continue, and although it felt like the hardest thing in the world not to be able to finish my first Wimbledon on the court, I was not well enough to carry on. I want to thank the people who have cheered me on every single match. I wanted to win so badly for you. I also want to thank the All England Club, my team, the LTA, my parents and friends. Last night will go a long way to helping me learn what it takes to perform at the top. I will cherish everything we have achieved together this week and come back stronger. Can't wait to see what's next on my journey. Emma," and a smiley emoji face just to confirm that she is only 18 years old and she loves to use an emoji like we all do, Radzi. I mean, how great was that, as well as a testament from an 18-year-old?
She was thanking a lot of people, but I think we'd like to thank her. We'd like to thank her tenacity, her persistence, her determination, her ambition, and her courage to do what she did, to go out onto court number one like she did and perform as she did with gusto and with aplomb. It really was superb. And to go out how she did on her shield wasn't ideal, but things are looking so bright for that youngster. And if that's anything to go by, that maturity, wow.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great to hear from her and get kind of her take on exactly what happened, because I'm sure everyone was wondering, weren't they, Radzi? But let's just mention, we did have some action actually earlier. We kind of watched some people behind us. We're like, oh, we're going to get some action. And we looked at the scoreboard and it was basically done. They must have had to go in with about 5 minutes left to play. Radzi, who was out there and what happened?
So the GB wildcards, that was Ashley Ferry and Tara Moore. They came out to do literally that, to serve out a match, but not metaphorically, literally one game, job was done. They're through to the third round. There's also action, by the way, in terms of the third round, in the form of the mixed doubles on court number 3, which we'll be drawing your attention to very, very shortly. And that is between Roger Vasselin, Melishar, and they're taking on Vasilevsky and Rionova. So that'll be a very interesting match there. We're kind of focusing our attention a little bit more on the doubles now. And I have to say, I'm a big doubles fan.
Are you indeed?
Yeah, it's because it's the doubles. It's the volley game.
Okay.
And it's a totally different type of tennis. We've had a week of fantastic singles, and now we focus our attention on something slightly different. So I'm a fan of the dubs.
Are you actually good at tennis, Radzi?
No.
No.
I'm average to poor at best.
If you could pick someone, though, to play against, who would it be? Or play with, I'm going to say, because we're talking about mixed doubles.
Ooh, Apelka, just because the man's 6'11". And that would be, no one's going to lob us. They're going to try and lob me, they're not going to try and lob him. And that would be incredible.
Mixed, though? We're talking about mixed now.
OK, good point, Rach. See what you've done there. Of all time, Arantxa Sanchez Vicario.
You just love saying the name, I believe.
If it was right now, I'd go Venus. Now that Kyrgios has stepped to one side, it'd be me and Venus all the way.
OK, I'll go for Ash Barty, because I like a party.
Well, do you know what? We mentioned the doubles. I mentioned the mixed doubles on court 3. We're going to go to that right now. And just a reminder, it's Roger Vasselin and Melichar, and they're taking on Vasilevsky and Rionova, and this is for round number 3.
Mary's Church in Wimbledon Village, with its spire rising into the cloudy afternoon sky, early evening sky in SW19.
Time.
Rodionova to serve. 1-2.
$15.
Sharp work from Vasilevsky.
30 low.
Couldn't find a way through the Belarusian.
Low. T15.
Well, it's from the court number 3 to centre court, and a match point now for the #1 seed, Ashley Barty, who takes on Tomljanovic, the French Open champion in 2019, the semi-finalist in the Australian Open in 2020. Can she go all the way here at Wimbledon?
15 love.
If she can serve out the dress, which is very much a homage to the dress Yvonne Goolagong wore 50 years ago here at the Championships. We'll get another outing.
Let first service. Let first service.
Today has been a shot of the match, really, hasn't it? It's done so much devastating work. You can't underestimate how good that shot is.
Well, it's been a contest for the most part that Barty really has been in control for the last 65 minutes. And now the top seed with triple match point.
Let the service.
Just a little dodgy bounce there, and a smile on her face. What she could have done about that. Didn't quite bounce up as high as she expected. Had to make an adjustment with the footwork.
Game, second match.
Barty powered into the last four.
6-1, 6-3.
Friends, teammates sharing a special moment here on the centre court, but the quest for the title still very much on for Australia's favourite daughter.
Well, it was an absolutely devastating performance, wasn't it? It was brilliant in every way. I mean, just efficient, it was secure, it was on the front foot, and that forehand, wow, was that devastating this afternoon. And not an awful lot Tomljanovic could do. She fought hard, she dug deep to try and find the solutions, but she really didn't have too many for it. It was a very, very impressive performance. Tomljanovic has had a fabulous tournament herself, hasn't it? She could be proud of the work she's done over the last couple of weeks.
We'll see her back tomorrow supporting Mateo. But well done, Isla, your first Grand Slam quarter-final. Never easy beating someone from your own country, but that was a job well executed today. Coach Tizer, I'm sure, very happy. Well, it's been a really enjoyable day here on the centre court. Confirmation of the result. Barty through to the semis, 6-1, 6-3. And let's hear from her. She's with Lee McKenzie.
Well, Ash, huge congratulations. You came out with such purpose and intensity, and that was certainly a performance worthy of getting through to the semi-finals of Wimbledon.
Yeah, it's exciting. Thank you. Isla is an incredible competitor. I've practiced with her a lot. I've played with her. Obviously, we're Fed Cup teammates, and she was always going to bring out the very best in me. I think I had to play my absolute best to be able to compete with her. She's had an incredible fortnight, and I think all Aussies back home are bloody proud of her, and it was really nice to share the court with her today.
And Ash, in terms of how you're playing, you know, your story is incredible. You've had sabbaticals, you've been coming back from injuries, you've played a lot of tennis this year, but to be on centre court playing at this level, this is everything that you have trained and worked so hard for.
Yeah, this is a dream come true. Genuinely, it is. I know you hear that a lot as athletes and as tennis players, but this is my dream, and I'm extremely grateful that I've got an opportunity to come out here and to have fun and live out what I work so hard to do. And I'm loving every minute, enjoying every minute, and this afternoon tonight was no different.
Next up, though, it's going to be a formidable match-up because you face Angelique Kerber, someone you've played quite a lot, not since, I think, 2018, and not on grass, but you will know each other's games pretty well. You'll have seen so much of each other. How do you approach this?
Yeah, it's the ultimate test. Angie's obviously had success here before, and you know had the best fortnight here possible. And I think I love that matchup. I love playing Angie. She's an incredible competitor. She knows her way around this court, and I hope that I can play well and give myself a chance and play a good match.
Well, very well done today, Ash. Congratulations.
Thank you everyone.
Well, what a moment for Ashleigh Barty, the #1 seed from Australia. And look at the ovation, yeah, and rightly so. What a performance from that girl. And she's the first Aussie today, your first Aussie woman, to get to a quarter-final at a Grand Slam since 1980. And that was Yvonne Goulon, of course, and Wendy Turnbull, both of those ladies. And it's 10 years, as we keep mentioning, Radzi, since Ashleigh Barty won the girls' singles title here at this championship. But the weather does not stop, does it, here?
No, it really doesn't. It really has gone from one thing to the other, and it's a downpour currently in SW19. The court coverers have been working their socks off for the last maybe 3 minutes. And look at those umbrellas inverted, such is the power of the wind right now. But a lot of hardy fans are sticking around because they are keeping their fingers crossed that we still may get to see a little bit more action on the outdoor courts, on the outside courts, a little bit later on. Rachel, I am no Carol Kirkwood, but it doesn't look great. But it does look great in the form of the two semi-finals we've now got in store.
Yeah, absolutely, because of course they were played on the show courts earlier today, undercover. That's exactly what we needed here to get these semi-final draws up for grabs. So you can see there, Ashley Barty, the #1 seed from Australia. We just saw her go through over Alia Tomjanovic there, and also an Australian. She'll be playing Angelique Kerber from Germany, the 25th seed. She obviously has great experience from Wimbledon. She's obviously a former champion herself from 2018, where she beat Serena Williams in that matchup. So experience there over possible youth, because Ashley Barty hasn't been this far in the competition before. And then on the other side of the draw, Radzi, we've got Karolina Pliskova taking on Aryna Sabalenka, which, yeah, two great semi-finals. I'm going to say I've got my eye on the top one, Ashley Barty there and Angelique Kerber. Obviously a former champion. It's going to be an epic matchup because both in great form so far this championship.
Kudos to the seedings as well. #1 and 2, safely through to the semi-finals, could potentially be #1 and 2 seeds playing each other in the final. So the predictors are absolutely bob on. So Barty through to face Angelique Kerber. Angelique Kerber, what a semi-final that would be. It could be a final by basically anyone's measuring stick. Angelique Kerber successfully going through, and here's what she said after her match.
Hi, Angie.
Hi.
Way to go. I actually don't want to ask a question about the match. I hope it's okay. But you obviously went through such a tough stretch, kind of a dip. Could you just, when was the toughest moment? What was the toughest part? Did you ever think of just stepping away?
You mean here in this tournament?
Oh, I mean before in the past months and years when your ranking fell and the results were tough.
You know, of course, the last few months it was really tough, and of course I was not being able to having this result, which I was actually looking forward. And also, you know, the last few months for everyone was not so easy. And for me, I was never stopping believing in myself and my team. And for me, I love to play tennis, and I love, you know, this sport, to go out there and playing again in front of the fans. I think this gives me also like that push me to playing my best tennis right now. And you know, I have always in my career some up and downs, and you know, I was always believing that I can come back because I know what I can, and the belief I never stopped to believe in myself how I can play.
Joe Rawson.
Congratulations, Angelique. What is it about grass that just brings out the best from you? And you'll face Ash Barty next. Your thoughts on that?
You know, I'm really looking forward to play against Ash. I mean, we never played on grass court, and I mean, she played so great the last few months, the years, and you know, I know that I have to play my best tennis, and she will push me to that, to give everything out there. And you know, I love to play on grass, and I'm back here in the semis. I will try to enjoy it, and you know, playing another good match. And I mean, of course, I go out there with the mindset to try to win the match.
Willie Weinbaum.
Congratulations, Angie. What does it mean to you to have your name already on the trophy as a Wimbledon champion? And if you can maybe give some context as you pursue another possible champion, how that affects your thinking?
You know, of course, it's a good feeling already to have the trophy at home and to win it here. And, you know, I think it's more about this tournament for me, because I really, when I was a kid, I really looked forward to playing this tournament good and playing my best tennis here. And now I'm back. I'm coming after a really tough time. I was not playing good the last few months, and now winning, like last week, a tournament at home.
home and now playing well here again. That means a lot to me. And, you know, for me, it's more the experience that I had a few years ago. I played twice the finals here, and I try to, of course, taking the experience with me for the semis.
Well, she'll need all the experience from winning here a couple of years ago that she can get, because she's taking on a lady on a mission in the form of Ashleigh Barty, who just got the win over her fellow countryman Ajla Tomljanovic. 6-1, 6-3 in the end. These ladies, I'm sure, were watching that one out on Henman Hill with their brollies up, taking selfies. They're still in good spirits, aren't they? Taking selfies to put maybe on our social media using the hashtag Wimbledon thing. Maybe we can snap that, put it out on the feed, and you guys can see just how delightful the weather is here, because it is delightful for ducks, not for us.
Well, also, the lady with the polka dot umbrella that's just put her umbrella down, which possibly says where they are. Is that localised? In fact, as we come into you live, the rain has stopped. It might start in 10 seconds again, but currently it has stopped. There's water over the lens on Henman Hill, but it's officially dry in terms of the precipitation here in SW19. What a battle we are having with the weather, but not as much of a battle as Angelique Kerber will have when she takes on the #1 seed in the semi-final, Ashleigh Barty, because there really is no party like a Barty party.
Control, and it's the top seed who strikes first with the early break in this opening set.
Well, it's just breathtaking. Wonderful footwork around the ball and just looking for that forehand, and that looks quite a resigned look on the face of Tomljanovic. Look how she's on the back foot. She's having to react to what's being thrown at her.
A ruthlessness about the way Barty has approached this encounter. You can only stand and admire it.
Well, I think that's right, and also, you know, the fact that even though it's a one-sided set at the moment, it's one of those matches where you can still just absolutely enjoy what you're watching, because it's pretty special.
It's an exhibition. Of this quarter-final, as Barty takes the opening set with ease by 6-1.
New balls, please.
Completely against the run of play. Just what was required for the Aussie #2.
Let's go in second set.
The response is immediate. Couple of forehands right to the line.
1 game all, second set.
And Barty not allowing her compatriot to back up the break. She made it. Can you believe it? That must have been right on the intersection.
Yeah, it really must have been.
Look at Isla's face.
Exactly. I don't think she thinks much about this. Look at the setup again. There's the rotation. Oh, it was.
She found it again. Oh, goodness. Start to feel for Isla out here.
Well, she's in the zone, isn't she?
The break point in this game. Yeah, she's had quite enough. The world number one getting her way. Can't miss, can she? A performance full of focus and concentration, and Barty extends her lead in the second set. Yes, something for Isla.
Well, that's a wonderful response from the crowd, admiring what she's just given them right there.
Well, Barty broken for a second time in this set, and out of nowhere, we are back on serve.
Barty leads.
No mistake from Barty. It's just a little too heavy.
Miss Tomljanovic.
It wants to have a look at it.
What's called out? Game Barty.
Forehand for me today has been a shot of the match, really, hasn't it? It's done so much devastating work.
Barty powers into the last four.
6-1, 6-3.
Friends, teammates sharing a special moment here on the centre court, but the quest for the title still very much on.
Well, what you're seeing there is the image of a monsoon. It really has hit the downpour once again here in SW19. If you're currently watching this from the comfort of your living room right now, or your bedroom, or essentially you're warm, well done, because we are rather cold, but keeping our fingers crossed for some more tennis action today, Rachel. And how hardy are the British supporters right here?
They are indeed. I think the shop's done really well, hasn't it, today, with umbrella sales, because there are a lot of purple and green brollies being walked around the tournament today, because they are very much needed. The white trousers, ladies, possibly wasn't the best outfit choice this morning, but you're looking lovely anyway. People hiding now under the show courts as well. If you are on the show courts, though, like centre court, you are in luck, because the roof is closed, of course, and this is what you're getting to witness now. You're getting those two youngsters, Coco Goth and Katie McNally, 17 and 19 years of age. That's all they are. They're taking on the Russian pair of Vesnina and Kudermetova. Actually, Vesnina, Coco Goth defeated her, didn't she, in her second round earlier on in the tournament, but it's those American youngsters, Radzi, that everybody loves. They're great friends on the circuit. They actually call themselves Coco, so they've got a nickname for themselves, and they've actually competed at a lot of double events now and just seem to be having a lot of fun going out there and competing together, which is part of the doubles, Rads, isn't it?
They've almost become like adopted Brits here, 17 and 19 years old, and to get experience here on the centre court. We've spoken so much this week about the experience that Federer and Novak have on the centre court and just how important that is, even with the likes of Andy Murray as well. So every single set they're getting out there really is vital. I'm sure will pay dividends as the years go on. But as for us right here and right now, we can enjoy the doubles match as it's Russia versus USA, Vesnina and Kudermetova, who take on Moukoko, aka Katie McNally and Coco Goth.
So welcome to a women's doubles on centre court. And Andrew Castle alongside Louise Fleming settling in for what could be an excellent match. Coco Goth and Katie McNally of the United States, the 17-year-old playing with her regular partner, Katie, against Veronika Kudermetova of Russia and Elena Vesnina of Russia. Now, this match was moved from court 2 because the weather has been dodgy all day. We've got this roof over top, and this will be a fourth match for the centre court crowd to enjoy today. It started off with Hurkacz versus Medvedev, then two women's singles semi-finals, which both went straight sets, and so not even 6 o'clock in the evening, and women's doubles on. And I know many people enjoy watching women's doubles, and I'm certainly one of them as well. You can see the rallies developing in a very different way than in men's doubles, which has just become vastly explosive. And I think actually worse for it as an entertainment spectacle in some ways, whereas women's doubles, I think I certainly can relate, and I hope you can as well.
No changes from before. Just a reminder, the final set will be 12 games all, not 6 games all. Have a net device. We have Hawkeye on court, so 3 challenges per set. Please be quite loud if you want to challenge, just in case I'm not looking at you. If you want to take towels, if you take the purple boxes, you take the green boxes. Any questions? Would you like to call heads, tails? Heads? Okay. Heads. Tails. Receive. Have a good match.
Well, they aren't the seeded pair, Kudermetova and Elena Vesnina, but Vesnina is a semi-finalist in singles here at Wimbledon back in 2016, and a former world #1 in doubles. So I'd say that the 12 seeds here, Coco Goth and Katie McNally of the United States, I don't know whether they start as favourites for this or not. It's quite an intriguing matchup. Coco Goth losing, of course, in the singles
to Angie Kerber yesterday in straight sets, but back on centre court once again at just 17 years of age. She's getting very used to this. First time she's played Wimbledon in the doubles. Australian Open 2 quarterfinals, including this year, a world ranking of 39, which is her best ranking. So she's playing some doubles. She's picked up 3 titles, and I think it's great that she's spending time on court, Louise, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think in her other matches she was almost the one that was kind of a little bit more confident, more comfortable, and just kind of leading Katie McNally a little. And I think in this situation again she's more used to being on centre court, and it may be a little, you know, it'll take a little minute I think for Katie McNally just to get comfortable, but she certainly is a terrific doubles player, this young lady.
Seeded 12th they are. She's just 19 years of age. She's at or around her best world ranking with 4 doubles titles already. She may not have come on quite in the singles like they might have expected her to so far, but at 19 years of age there's still a lot of improvement still to come. See, that's a very impressive first round. Kasatkina and Perez. I think Kasatkina is one of the greatest talents playing women's tennis at the moment. Wonderful tennis player. I can't quite understand why she hasn't won everything yet. Paula Badoza is wonderful too, and so is Cerebes Torimo. So 6-4, 6-4 there. Very comfortable. 3-2 and 4-4. 2.5 hours to get third round.
You forgot one player there, Andrew. That's Ellen Perez of Australia, big lefty in that first match.
Oh yes, sorry about that. That's bad.
Terrific player though, very talented herself. That was a very good first round match.
Not easy to forget Australians.
No, I'm here alongside you. Don't
even
forget
when
me.
they're little.
Like Ash Barty. Good things come in great packages.
She's
really, isn't she great?
Kudermetova. Veronika Kudermetova. She's 24 years of age. Her little sister is playing in the junior singles. I don't know whether that match got played today. Might look that one up. The best ranking of number 22. World ranking 24 at the moment. Already 2 doubles titles for her as well. They're the seeded pair here. Tremendous athlete around the court, I can tell you. Where did she get that from? Well, her dad was a 18-year veteran of the Russian national ice hockey team. They were Russian national champions on 2 occasions. She's formidable around the court and gives it a right clock. Vastly experienced, a semi-finalist at last year's US Open in the doubles. What are we calling Coco? Coco or Corrie?
Let's go Coco.
Coco Goth today, okay. And here's Vesnina. Interesting story this, and I'll get stuck into that a little bit later on. 34 years of age now. Grand Slam titles. Well, she's won 3 of them. She got to the best ranking of 1 and then took maternity leave. Wasn't even going to protect her ranking. It was kind of, that's it, I'm doing something else now. And she did come back to the game. A semi-finalist at Wimbledon in the singles in 2016 as well. A great talent, and great to see her still playing.
End of warm-up.
I think the equalising factor here, Andrew, is the fact that this pair here, Kudermetova and Vesnina, have not played a lot together, just the one match at Eastbourne coming in, so not a lot of time to really work on patterns of play and to get comfortable and to get the chemistry really going. As we just see their pathway through. Pavlyuchenkova, Rybakina, what a duo are they?
And Mertzer and Matek Sands 4 and 3. Sonia Mertzer is one of the finer doubles players, isn't she? Still a very well. Martina Hingis no longer with us, but she sort of selected Mertzer to play with her. They were a great team. I say no longer with us. I mean, she hasn't died. She's
just not playing. Yeah.
First set.
Scott Noble with the honour of umpiring on centre court. And off we go. It's a third round doubles match.
I think the reason why this pair do so well. Kudermetova has terrific returns, great depth, very consistent player, and Vesnina, great around the net, great doubles awareness.
Let's seconds up. Love that.
That'll be a relief for Katie McNally, who is bound to be nervous. I mean, who isn't walking out on centre court? Catch a volley slightly wrong, but it hits the top of the net and goes over. Lovely. Get down. No. This is going to be the match of the day. All these people have enjoyed the women's quarter-finals, but I think this tennis could be exceptional here as the rain hammers down on centre court roof. Do not adjust your volume buttons.
30-40.
Well, doubles is all about chemistry, isn't it? And just really focus in on this pair. They really do have fun. That's what they say that their doubles is built on. Just enjoying the moment, bringing that energy.
So a close first game in that ladies doubles match on centre court. Don't forget you can continue watching it on Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world, but we're going to remind ourselves of what happened in the ladies quarter-finals here on Tuesday at the championships. We'll start with Karolina Pliskova producing a brilliant performance, the number 8 seed defeating Victoria Golubic on court number 1, 6-2, 6-2.
Bit of movement around the court as some latecomers take their seats, but Golubic will serve at 1-2.
Oh, what a pickup!
Oh, and an equally successful pass on the forehand wing this time. Oh, she's dumped the overhead in the net. 3 break points for Pliskova here.
Love, 40.
Oh, wow.
Time to spare for Pliskova. magnificent from Pliskova. Too much.
First set, Pliskova.
And Pliskova takes the opener in 37 minutes.
Oh.
Clean winner.
Pliskova.
Pliskova is a set and a break in front. Tennis.
Best point of the match. Oh, I didn't think this was such a bad shot from Kulavich, but what a get from Pliskova. On full stretch here, she finds her way past her opponent.
Yeah, just stroked away by Pliskova. She's really disciplined out here this afternoon.
Yeah, she's looked dialed in, focused from the very first point. Very businesslike. Yeah, that is what makes her so effective, when she looks to take time away from her opponent.
Oh, nice touch. Oh, Pliskova's slipped. But she's fine. Plenty of class on display there from Karolina Pliskova. And Karolina Pliskova is in the Wimbledon semi-finals.
She sets to love 6-2, 6-2.
A really entertaining match on court one to start the day. And Pliskova emerges victorious after a very disciplined display.
Karolina Pliskova into the semi-finals at Wimbledon with a straight sets win over Victoria Golubic. Under the roof they were, we're not. We are braving the weather out here at Wimbledon. We've had a really on-off day. Let's bring in Daniela Hantakova, who I know loves the British weather, don't you, Daniela? I'm sure you're really missing Wimbledon this time around. But we have had some fantastic tennis, particularly those who are on centre court and court number one. That match between Pliskova and Golubic, were you surprised by the result being in straight sets?
Well, not really, Carty, but first of all, let me tell you that I feel just so sorry for you guys. Yes, it's been a frustrating day as far as the weather goes, but having two courts with a roof helps on days like this. And just because of the roof, I think it made it so much easier for Pliskova because, you know, she could time the ball that much better. And she played an unbelievable match. You know, this is what she's capable of. And I've always believed, you know, she should be winning Grand Slams. But with Karolina, I'm always so careful to make any predictions. And every time I said, right, she's going to go all the way and win the tournament, suddenly then she has these disappointing matches out of nowhere. So let's hope she doesn't have any of those anymore in this tournament. And yeah, it was so impressive because she was aggressive, but at the same time very consistent, not too many unforced errors, and she moved incredibly well. The movement was the biggest surprise for me in today's match. And I just felt like she had too much against Golubic. Golubic obviously tried everything to kind of throw Pliskova off the rhythm. Karolina plays like this, there's really not much that her opponents can do.
Danny, I suppose the frustration for Pliskova and her fans is that she's not always brought her best tennis to the Grand Slams, other than, you know, when she got to that final at the US Open a few years ago. As you said, she's thrown in some difficult performances at Grand Slams in the past. Is this the best you've seen her play in terms of her level at a Grand Slam?
Today was one of the best matches, Adam, that I've seen her in Grand Slams. I thought 1 year in Australian Open when she had those match points against Serena, I thought that was her time. She could have gone all the way then and win the title. But today what I saw was impressive, just like I said, because of the movement. We always know that she can serve well and that she's got the power on her ground strokes. But to move for such a tall girl as she does on the grass is very impressive. So definitely if she can keep up with this level, it's going to be interesting, the semi-final. The problem is with Sabalenka, obviously, you know, they're going to go toe-to-toe with that power, where with Golubic, you know, she had so much more time to create her opportunities and go for her shots.
Yeah, well, Pliskova through to the semi-finals, coming through her quarter-final. We also saw Arina Sabalenka and Ons Jabeur playing their quarter-final today, and we saw Sabalenka coming through that 6-4, 6-3. So let's have a look at the highlights.
Whew. That's a big cut at the second serve, just 83 miles an hour.
40-13.
Holding back.
She's found it.
Beautifully done. That ball was sinking quickly, and she
40 love.
a couple of big strides to get this ball before it got below the height of the net.
Jabeur 2-3. On the line. It's been a hugely confident start from both players. There you go.
That has a high degree of difficulty. You're taking a shot that has tremendous power from Sabalenka and diffusing it with accuracy and backspin.
My goodness. 40 love.
Point by both. Exclamation point.
And it's set point.
Nicely done. If you look at the stats for the tournament, when she has been in trouble, she's gone T on the ad side.
Well, that shows the determination of Sabalenka, because there was the little slip.
Look at the reaction from Jabeur. Incredible to contain that power from Sabalenka.
Oh, it's ferocious. red line tennis from Aryna Sabalenka. Longest game of the match, most significant game of the match, because it leads to Aryna Sabalenka winning the first set 6-4. That's where she went. Sabalenka did well to manufacture some kind of shot, but there was no coming back from what followed. Yeah, on the line.
Full stretch and sprint.
Kerber, second set, 3-4.
That's just too good. My goodness. Power and accuracy. It's a great combination.
30-40.
Right now, power is overcoming trickery and guile. Oh, she's got it. The face of somebody who's not ready to pack her bags just yet. Super-powered Sabalenka. A Wimbledon semi-finalist for the first time ever. Too much power in the end for Jabeur. But the sharing of the smiles over the net between them. But it is Belarus who can celebrate its own significant slice of tennis history.
Yeah, it was a brilliant, really commanding performance from Aryna Sabalenka against Ons Jabeur. Daniela Hantuchova is still with us as we see the scene out around the grounds here at the championships. The cover's still on the outside courts, no prospect of any play on the courts other than centre and court number one. Danny, what did you make of Aryna Sabalenka's performance? Because we were saying yesterday when we were previewing the match that Ons Jabeur might be a tricky customer for her, given the way she mixes it up. Lots of slice from the baseline, slightly different serve than is perhaps normal out on the ladies' tour. But Sabalenka seemed to deal with all of that brilliantly, didn't she?
Yeah, exactly, Adam. She really didn't give Ons any chance to get into the match and start doing all that wonderful magic that we enjoyed so much throughout the tournament. She really took the match away from Jabeur big time, you know, being aggressive with her serve on the returns. I thought she did incredibly well as well. And then, you know, it was all about those first 2-3 shots where she put so much pressure on Jabeur that she felt like she was always rushing to every single shot. And when Sabalenka has a day like this, very similar to Pliskova, there's not really much that her opponents can do. It reminds me so much back in the day when I played Serena at her best. You know, sometimes you just feel like you're going from one side to another, just picking up the balls. And when Sabalenka plays like this, yeah, she's almost unstoppable. And I thought she handled the occasion so well, also mentally, you know, being in the quarterfinals, being one of the most important matches of her career so far. It didn't really affect her in any way. It felt like, you know, she's been in those quarterfinals so many times before.
I was quite surprised by that as well, Daniela, particularly knowing Sabalenka's results over the last year or so. And Do you think that that means that in the semi-final, she is the second seed here, obviously, Karolina Pliskova is the 8th seed. Does that give Sabalenka the edge when it comes to the semi-final as well? Because mentally, she seems to be much tougher now.
Yeah, it's a good point, Carty. I feel like both girls are doing such a better job mentally. Even Pliskova, you know, the way she played today, honestly, she surprised me big time. And she's been in those situations before as well. So to me, it's going to be really about simple things. Who's going to serve better? Who's going to return better? Because I don't think it's going to be too much of a longer match because the rallies won't be that long. You know, I have a feeling it has a potential to be one of those 6-1, 1-6, 6-1 kind of a match because, you know, if one girl is on and gets the first strike in, the other one's not going to be able to do much and the other way around. So definitely a lot of hard hitting in that semifinal and what a fun match to look forward to. And mentally, to answer your question, I think it's really 50-50 because both girls feel very comfortable to be in this, you know, stage of the tournament. It seems like it's not getting to them emotionally. They are not overwhelmed when they win matches. They obviously celebrate and they are super happy, but it's like, yeah, right, I should be doing this thing. I should be winning these matches.
Do you think, Danny, the fact that neither of them have won a Grand Slam title before, we know Pliskova, as we've said, has got to a Grand Slam final at the US Open, but they haven't lifted a Grand Slam title, either of them. Will that affect the match and their desire, perhaps, to get through to the final? Do you think it'll affect how they come through it psychologically?
Yeah, I think it will affect the match big time in a good way, that both will be super hungry, super motivated to go after it. And I think we can expect a high intensity match because, you know, they're not going to give anything to each other. Not too much finesse, not too many drop shots. Even though Sabalenka has done well, you know, being a little bit more creative from what we saw at Eastbourne together, Carty, that I feel like by now she's trying to be you know, adding few things in her matches, served and volley a couple of times in the first week. On the other hand, Pliskova is moving better than ever. She's really surprised me the way she was covering the court today. So, yeah, I think it's going to be such a high-quality match. And, you know, that's what we want to see in the semi-finals of Wimbledon.
Well, let's look at the top half of the draw, Daniela. We've got Angelique Kerber against Karolina Pliskova, 6-2, 6-3. Let's have a look at the highlights from that match.
Brilliant. Tried the variety, but Kerber up to the task. Perfect start. Perfect. 94 miles per hour serve. Made sure it goes in. And then this.
That's just ridiculously good. Again, I would stay away from the backhand. She flips defense into offense so well with that backhand. It's all the right hand doing the work. Beautiful.
Have a mini battle under the belt of Angelique Kerber. 2 break points saved.
In any case, Angelique's played a pretty perfect set here.
Game.
Breaks to love. 6-2. Just over half an hour.
6 games to 2.
Whoa. Again, such a low ball, but that right hand covering the ball. It's practically a forehand with her left hand attached to the handle. The way she gets under this ball with her legs and her hand, most of all, beautiful. And she gets it.
Breaks for the first time. brilliant. Getting the wrong footer, but just as you've been saying, how low she gets to the ball and how flat she hits through.
Two athletes going at a great get there from both Kerber and Muchova. Kerber kept her head about her. This is not a comfortable shot.
Kerber thwarts momentum.
Game. Kerber.
Breaks back. Just perfect. I mean, less than 10 minutes ago, Kerber was hardly winning any points.
So well balanced. She recovers so quickly. And that's the strength of the legs as well as just being a good athlete. When she's pulled wide, she recovers really quickly. There she was wrong-footed, but she still hits a decent enough shot. Plays the ball there. Flicks it cross-court. What else is new?
Stunning! And if you can do it as well as that, why not more?
Exactly. That was a fantastic stab volley there from Muchova. Nice little slice forehand into the corner. That's a great get. She almost did a split, but somehow she kept her balance with the help of her two hands. Fantastic get.
Arms aloft for Angelique Kerber. Is that a look of disbelief almost from where her form has been? The match win streak continues, 10 in a row now on the grass. And she can look forward to a fourth semi-final here at Wimbledon.
Yes, 6-2, 6-3 for Angelique Kerber there against Karolina Muchova on court number 1, the second of those ladies' quarter-finals. And it is still not raining. We've seen some rather dark clouds above, but at the moment we're allowed to stand away from the roof and stay dry. I've got my fingers crossed here. Daniela Hantuchova is still with us. Angelique Kerber was so impressive, wasn't she, Danny, in that match? Are we now looking at the favourite to win Wimbledon, do you think, in Angelique Kerber?
You know, at the semi-finals, it's really hard to pick a favorite because all the girls are playing such an amazing level of tennis. And yes, she's the only player that knows what it takes to lift the Wimbledon trophy. And she hasn't lost the last 10 matches on grass. But having said that, we must not forget, you know, we've got Sabalenka, Pliskova, Barty, and herself. So it's a dream semi-final. And it was very impressive the way she was able to force Muchova to make unforced errors that she normally doesn't do because she was moving so well. And it's nice to see from Angie having that, because I feel like, you know, with all those expectations she had 2 years ago on her shoulders, she stopped, you know, loving the sport. And now I think she has the appreciation that being able to play at this level, it's not a given, and that she had to really work hard for it to be back at this stage of the tournament and be playing the tennis that she is at the moment.
Do you see any significance at all, Danny, in the fact that we saw some really hard-fought 3-set long matches in the 4th round, but all of the quarterfinals have been in straight sets? We've been talking a lot, haven't we, about the seeds going out and how players, doesn't matter how where your ranking is, that you have the depth in the women's game, yet these were fairly straightforward. Is that slightly more to do with experience at this level when it comes to a Grand Slam and the later stages of a competition, perhaps?
Yeah, totally, Carty. It's also about those champions, those seeds that are still left in the tournament, expected their level when they need to in the second week, and that's exactly what happened today. You know, we saw it with all 4 players that are in the semi-finals, that suddenly they just raised their level to you know, where they are normally used to when they win tournaments. And the first week, I always say, it's so tricky for the favorites because there is so much pressure, so much expectations on their shoulders. And then the second week, it's where you can kind of relax, start to trust your shots more. You play more of an intuition because on grass, I feel like once you get comfortable, once you figure out what works for you and what doesn't, and by now all 4 girls know exactly what is their style on grass. This is where they can kind of almost let the tactic go and just really, you know, be creative out there. And also this is where the coaches would be saying less and just trusting the players more, trusting in their shots and what they are trying to do out there, and play more on a natural instinct. And that's why we are looking at 4 best players of this year's Wimbledon, just because they have the ability to raise the level when they need to.
And how do you think Kerber's game stacks up against Barty, for example? Because we were saying earlier on, we've noticed in Kerber that she's improved as she's gone through the tournament. She dropped a couple of sets in the second round and the third round, but every match she's played since then, she seems to have got slightly better.
Yeah, she has, but I think with Ash, it's going to be very tricky, Adam, because suddenly she will have someone that's going to give her the time to actually having to create the points herself. And Angie doesn't like that. She loves it when she can stay on that baseline, being lower than anyone. Honestly, I don't know how she gets up from some of the shots she's able to hit. She doesn't have to create as much, that she just uses the power of her opponents. And this is where I think Ash will be tactically very smart, not to give her too much pace, bring her to the net and see how she can do the finest. And that's where I feel Ash has a little bit more as far as that goes. Now, for the movement, obviously, Angie, I feel like it's a better mover, but it's a very interesting matchup, and a complete opposite to the other semi-final. This is going to be more of a chess game and the finest of the game, and that's why it's so exciting to have a semi-final lineup like this.
Well, let's get to the last quarter-final for us. The world number 1, Ash Barty, and an all-Australian affair against Ajla Tomljanovic. Let's have a look at the highlights.
Full control. And it's the top seed who strikes first with the early break in this opening set. It's an exhibition. The world number 1 in full control of this quarter-final. As Barty takes the opening set with ease by 6 games to 1.
New balls, please.
She made it. Can you believe it? That must have been right on the intersection.
Yeah, it really must have been. I don't think
Isla's face.
Exactly. I don't think she thinks much about this. Look at the setup again. There's the rotation. Oh, it was.
She found it again. Oh, my goodness. Start to feel for Isla out here.
Well, she's in the zone, isn't she?
The break point in this game. Yeah, she's had quite enough. The world number one getting her way. She can't miss, can she? A performance full of focus and concentration, and Barty extends her lead in the second set. Yes, something for Isla.
Well, that's a wonderful response from the crowd, admiring what she's just given them right there.
Well, Barty broken for a second time in this set, and out of nowhere, we are back on serve.
Barty leads.
No mistake from Barty. Just a little too heavy. Isla wants to have a look at it.
Ball's called out. Game Barty.
Forehand for me today has been shot of the match, really, hasn't it? It's done so much devastating work.
Barty powers into the last four.
6-1, 6-3.
Friends, teammates sharing a special moment here on the centre court, but the quest for the title still very much on.
Yeah, arguably the most convincing performance of the day there from Ashleigh Barty. But Daniela, what did you make of Ajla Tomlanović's performance today? Because I think people were suggesting that it might have been a slightly closer match. You know, they were both fighting, I suppose, battling between two Australians there. Given what happened with her match on court number one late last night against Emma Raducanu, were you surprised by how easily Barty was able to come through that one?
Well, given what Alia had to go through in the last 24 hours, it's understandable. I think on any other day, this would have been much closer match because I feel like Tomljanovic is such a great player. I cannot believe it's only her first quarterfinal because I think, you know, she has so much talent, wonderful technique, but what she had to go through yesterday, it's not easy. You know, all the expectations and the tension and the stress was on her. I remember when I played Laura Robson, it was the first time she was playing at Wimbledon, and there was so much attention on that match that even though I had a day off for my next match, it took me a while to recover just because, you know, you are expecting to get through a match like that. If you lose, on the other hand, you know, it's going to be a disaster. So I thought she handled that really well. And then that's why today I felt like she didn't have enough left in the tank mentally.
OK, well, we know what the semi-final lineup is for the women's singles. Danielle, let's zip through the men's quarter-finals draw. In the top of that, it's Novak Djokovic, the world number one, against Marton Fucsovics. Do you see any way that Marton Fucsovics is going to beat Djokovic in the form that he's in at the moment?
I mean, honestly, with my respect to the rest of the guys, I just feel like Novak is on another planet as far as, you know, his movement, his mental focus, his ability when he needs to step it up a big time and not miss any balls. And yes, Fucsovics is having a great tournament, and I think he can cause him a lot of troubles and can be really close, you know, a couple of sets, but still, I don't see how Novak would not get through that one.
Khachanov, Shapovalov, I think we've all been impressed with the way that Denis Shapovalov has played here at the Championships, that win against Andy Murray, how he played in the last round against Roberto Bautista at Gurt. How do you think he'll get on against Karen Khachanov?
Yeah, it's exactly that match that you mentioned, Adam. I think handling that pressure and being able to get through Andy Murray when, you know, the entire crowd, entire country was... Andy, I think that gave him so much confidence, not only for the rest of this tournament, but the rest of the season, that knows now that he can deal with that kind of pressure, which was huge. And, you know, slowly but surely he's, you know, going through the tournament, making some incredible shots like he always could. But at the same time, now he's putting the consistency and the focus together as well.
And the last couple of matches, Felix Auger-Aliassime against Matteo Berrettini. That should be a lovely match to watch, shouldn't it, Danny?
Yeah, absolutely. And Felix has improved so much the last couple of weeks, really just putting it all together tactically, because I felt like, you know, he always had the shots, but sometimes not opting for the right ones was his problem in the past. And now it seems like everything's working well for him. And obviously Matteo playing incredible tennis this season. He said it himself, he's playing his best tennis. And let's see if he can continue with that tomorrow as well.
Just finally, quickly, Hubert Hurkacz, big upset against Alexander Zverev. Can he continue that against Roger Federer, do you think?
You know, he enjoyed himself so much on that center court today, and he's such a humble guy, such a nice person. So I think everyone is looking forward to see him back there tomorrow and against Roger. I mean, this is going to be such a treat, I think, for him. As he said, Roger is one of the reasons why he's playing. So a very special day. Yeah, that's a tricky one. It depends so much how Roger is feeling and how sharp he will be. Obviously, Hurkacz has the game to cause him problems. So really interesting matchup there.
Daniela Hantakova, thank you very much for your time today. It does look fantastic lineup for tomorrow. It is going to be a great day of tennis, the men's quarter-finals.
Yes, and we started in the sunshine. We had loads of rain in between, but we finish in the sunshine. It's time for us to say good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Pliskova. Juice. Juice.